Morning, the 29th of January 2023, and of course we are here with the Talamati Breakaway Pride. They have hung around for us throughout the course of the night. They obviously came through yesterday morning and we had them on Lion Beach yesterday and during the Sunset Safari. So fantastic that they are still around. See a little bit of alarm calling going on. There was an impala around as well as a bull elephant earlier, but they were unperturbed by this and just resting up at the moment. A little bit of wind, but no complaints. Lovely to start the day off with some lions. They really are magnificent. So it's really cool and really an awesome way to kickstart a Sunday. No complaints from this end. And of course, for those of you that have tuned in, this is obviously a live and interactive experience. It is your safari and journey into the wilderness with us. So if you have any questions, comments, things you'd like to know, points of interest, do send those through. It is always fantastic to hear from you. And of course, can we complain with some sleeping lions right now? But yes, you are here with me, Alex, currently at the Djuma Dam Camp, Gari Dam. And really fantastic that we have these lions this morning. Just a peaceful start. A couple of the sub-adults lying up with the one lioness. I'm not too sure where the rest of the characters are just yet. Hoping S8 will also come through. 3 of them in frame right now. We'll get a bit closer as well. So Jordan and MC telling me that we haven't yet had any visual of S8 today. Perhaps that will change throughout the course of the day. He is rather magnificent, and he does hang around with the pride. Good morning, Lisa. Yes, it is going to be a fantastic day, and really, what a fantastic way to start our escape to nature today. The lions are rather relaxed, as I said. The wind, I'm sure, cooling them down. It was rather hot yesterday, so just have to see what happens throughout the course of the day, but I'm sure rather happy in the shade right now. Perhaps moving off to the waterhole at some point for a drink. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens. Really quite fantastic. Some hornbills as well in the background. It does look like these lions are going to be sitting here for some time. There was something else that was interesting that is around here, and you'll just have to bear with me while I go across. I'm hoping that it is still in the tree. It was a ground hornbill. I'm going to just speed up the camera for a little bit. Come back out. And we'll try and see if we can't get a location of that southern ground hornbill up in the tree. Always great to see them. Another endangered bird. Very, very cool as well. One of the longest lived birds. Up to 70 years in captivity. So them and albatrosses really are something quite remarkable when you consider age. 70 years is pretty exceptional in the wild, or for any wild animal or species. As I said, just bear with me while I move across. It is going to be quite quick. I'm sorry if that gave you any nausea. That ground hornbill was here. So while I just get a location on the hornbill, I think it's time for us to have a look and see what the weather is doing for today. So I think that hornbill, southern ground hornbill, has moved off. I think I can see something moving through the thicket there, through that clump of vegetation, the marula, and the apple leaf just in front of it. Unfortunately, we can't get a visual right now. It'd been lovely to show you that. Of course, the biggest hornbill we get here in Africa, the second being the northern ground, or the Abyssinian ground hornbill, found north of the equator. In Uganda is probably the best place to see them. They have a fantastic casque. So unlike these southern ground hornbills with the red on their faces, they They have blue and kind of like a pinky red, crimsony color on their casques and faces. So really quite cool. But it does seem that we got given the slip there. And we'll come back and join the Talamatis. A little bit overcast here, as you can see. Looks like one of the lionesses has got up. As I said, there was an impala around earlier, so being opportunistic. No doubt these lions. And looks like she is showing some interest. Just have to watch her for the moment. That kind of deathly stare. And there goes the alarm call from the impala. Clearly noticing the lions now. This wind, though, not ideal for herbivores. More in the favor of the lions. But they are in quite an open area. And they have been spotted. You just hear that kind of snort going off in the background. That is the impala ram. So with them being located, I'm sure they will just rest up again. The jig is up, as they say. So we'll just have to wait and see really what happens. But fantastic that they are with us. And we are actually in the area where the biggest male lion in the wild was ever recorded. Unfortunately, he was shot at around 1936, and he weighed in at around 312 kgs. So a really massive lion. And it's thought that these lions are still some of the biggest in Africa. There's some debate with regards to lions up in the Okavango, those in Etosha, some in Zambia as well. And of course, the really impressive ones across in the Kalahari. Although of the subspecies, Panthera leo krugeri, these lions kind of track into the Kalahari as well. So of the same kind of subspecies, the ones we are looking at and the ones found in the Kalahari. That would be of the 5 that we have noted. Of course, 2 separate subspecies, the Asiatic and the African lion. And it's actually thought that the West African lion is closely related, or more closely related, to the Asiatic lion as well. So just interesting dynamics when we think about it. And in South Africa, roughly around 2,300 wild lions left. And of that, around 1,600 of them are found in this greater Kruger area. So that equates to around 70% of South Africa's wild lions. If you consider 2,300 and 20,000 of them left in the wild in Africa, just over 10% of wild lions are found in South Africa. So quite an astonishing feat. And hopefully that trend continues. I'm sure hopefully everyone else out there, like myself, hoping that those lions numbers can increase in the wild in particular, and that being throughout Africa. Lots of conservation programs that do focus on them, and that is throughout the continent. Of course, managing things like human-lion conflict in many areas is probably one of the key focuses for us, at least as conservationists and those that are really invested. Of course, managing things like multi-trade and the rest. So it's unfortunate that they have become a target in recent years. Paws and obviously heads becoming something that was sought after for muti and the muti market. So very sad and morbid, but we won't focus on that for now. We do have these lovely lions with us, and we're going to spend some nice time with them, I'm sure, throughout the course of the day. Still just enjoying a lovely lion sighting right now. A little bit active now, though it still is quite cool, and of course early morning. At some point I'm sure they'll probably just fall over and sleep. But that impala is still alarming. Just going to check what is happening on with this other lioness that was here. She did show some interest, but she was seen. So kind of going back to that resting beast mode, if you want to call it that. This wind is rather blustery, kind of swirling about at the moment. Perhaps some rain is much needed. And we'll just have to wait and see what happens throughout the course of the day. Lovely that we have these lions still with us. So still the lions, one of the cuckoos calling as well, just off in the distance. Me, a Jacobin, can't easily be mistaken with the Libyans or the Vans. So I'm going to just zoom back a little bit. Currently we have 2 of the females. There are 3 lionesses, so just 2 of them that are around at the moment, and 5 of the sub-adults that we've been able to see. And we're not too sure just yet where S8 is at the moment, but I'm sure in the area. Morning, Gina. Thank you for your question. Gina wanting to know what are some of the strong senses that lions have. Of course, hearing, sight being another, and smell. Probably the 3 main senses that lions do have. So, very acute sense of smell. Of course, their sight is very good as well. And a sense of hearing, very good too. Kind of like a lion play school at the moment, or aftercare really. These 2 lionesses doing a very good job at the moment, getting these 2 through. And with S8 hanging around, hopefully that bodes well for their future too. Cape Turtle Dove also just calling off in the distance here, or in the area at least. Hi, Hillary. And that is fantastic speculation. That would be very interesting and no doubt fantastic to see. Maybe that is the case. I'm not too sure. We haven't had reports of it just yet, but that really would be quite cool. Of course, trying to foster another set of cubs and improving his lineage. That would be one of his core goals in life. That could be a possibility. Of course, these young cubs are around a year and a half old. And the girls, little females that are here, would reach sexual maturity around 2, but probably only start mating at around 3. And really, that age of 3 would kind of be ideal for them to reach, because it would mean that any other males that did come in wouldn't be tempted at wiping them out. Of course, the males would have to disperse, and it will probably be quite a tough life for them. Woodlands kingfishers calling as well. So some great bird audio as well while we watch these lions. I'm going to zoom out. Let's try and find that alarming impala. The lions do look like they are pretty set for the moment. This female did show some interest, but she obviously was seen. So unfortunately for her, it's not going to play out, I'm sure, the way she wanted. Do just bear with me while I scan across. Probably find that impala ram has moved off. Clearly the safest thing to do. The Egyptian geese are out and about as well. Some lovely big clouds starting to form too. So the bush up here definitely needing a deluge of some rain. It's looking rather dry, particularly for this time of the year. But February is also a very heavy month of rain at times. Of course, sometimes when some of the largest floods that have been recorded in the area, being around February. So impala is still around, he's still alarming. He's not up here, he was on the opposite side of the bank, so probably alarming from the thicket. Birchall's Kukul calling. Many deem the rainbird. However, they are around year round. And in fact, it was actually the southern ground hornbill that traditionally was deemed to be a rain bringer. And one of the reasons why it was kind of taboo for them to be killed. They do breed very slowly. It's another reason that impacts on their numbers. And those chicks sometimes also get wiped out by leopards as well. So it takes them a very long time to breed and also get to maturity. Of course, being one of the longest lived birds, that does help them out to some degree. But many factors that do play a part to why the numbers are quite low, and of course why they are rather endangered. I'm still just having a little pan around to see if we can't pick up on that impala that is alarming. I think in one of the thickets and moving away. It also makes sense with it being rather windy, and a lot of the herbivores also kind of sticking to the thicket as well. Great to get that audio of the Birchall's Kukul. Really a lovely bird as well. I think we'll go back and sit with the lions again. I can't seem to pick up on where that impala has gone off into. the first lioness once again, keeping a watchful eye on what is going on here at Gowrie Dam. So we'll sit with her for a bit. The sub-adults look like their heads were down. Quite a cool sighting there, just nice visual of her face. She is really pretty. Really lovely to see. Some tawny eyes. They really can burn a hole into your soul if you do look them straight in the eyes, lions. Very regal. Fortunately, it is a little bit gusty or blustery, this wind. So it does mean the camera will shake a little bit. But, of course, we do have this lioness in frame right now, and we'll stick with her for a moment. She's kind of giving us the best view for now. So our lioness has got up and moved to the others. And it's been a fantastic start to our morning here in Djuma. But it is time for us also to say good morning to Nick in Kariega and see what's going on down there.
Yeah, well, yes, good morning from Kariega, all the way down here in the Eastern Cape. I'm Nick, I'm going to be your photo naturalist for today. And a lovely way to start our escape to nature here. Zebras in front of a massive, massive gorge in the background, drops off quite steeply. So we do have some slightly cooler conditions today. A little bit of rain overnight, a little sprinkling this morning, sort of between 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock. Nothing too hard, nothing too substantial, just more of a sort of a light whipping rain with a bit of a breeze that we had overnight. But it's been enough to settle the dust that was in the air and really just cleanse the area a little bit. So we're positioned close to Scotia Dam here on the clearings. You can see the zebra on that nice little ridge line. The Kariega River will be between them and the backdrop of that hill that we can see. And very nice and peaceful here. We had a beautiful sunrise this morning. So obviously with the rain that we had last night, there was quite a few clouds out and about, and it kind of opened up a little bit for us this morning. We had an amazing sunrise. Hopefully you were able to see that in our sunrise safari. And since then, the clouds have kind of come back in. One or two dark, ominous looking ones. And there is now a bit of a breeze that's picked up as well. And there's definitely a bit of a nip to the air. I think a combination of the rain overnight and these cooler temperatures, a lot of animals, it seems like, are potentially still resting down in the thickets or in a few areas where we haven't seen them yet. But this lovely group of zebra are slowly doing their thing here. Just having a look here, these two zebra on the left hand side, let me keep panning to the side for you here. Now these two zebra that we can see here, they've been staring off on the other side of the valley, so I'm not too sure what's caught their interest. Olivia, thanks for the comment. Definitely, Kariega is always gorgeous. There's a good looking reserve. I mean, look at the background there behind these zebra. You can see where the open grassland kind of meets the thickets right at the back there. And then that's a steep gorge that essentially cuts down steeply towards the actual Kariega River. You can see we've got those lovely cliffs in the background there as well. So those are some of the favorite spots for the Chakma baboons to go and roost on. I don't know if roost is the right word. Roosting sounds like for a bird. Crystal, I agree with you. It is lovely contrasts amongst the vibrancy of those greens and then the patterns of the zebra. If you were taking a photograph of this scene, you would definitely need to keep it in color. I feel like black and white, you'd lose the whole true feel and feeling of this scene here. Oh, those rocks in the background like we're talking about would be a perfect spot for a group of Chakma baboons to take it easy, especially overnight. They've got a nice vantage point from there. They can scan around, have a good look around everywhere. Talking about those crowned lapwings, I've just seen them fly. I don't know if you saw them going on the bottom sort of edge of the frame. Okay. Get a little bit of focus going here. Alrighty, there we can have a good look at our lapwings here, if they decide to stay in our frame for us. So you can see they've got those characteristically very pinkish coloured legs, as well as that black and white crown on top of the head there. Makes them easily identifiable and quite noisy little chaps as well. If they do keep walking another sort of 5 meters forward, there is a blesbok not too far away. It might form quite a nice picture. But remember, for these crowned lapwings, they do live in groups of sort of 8 to 10 or 12 or so of them. There you can see the blesbok just on the outskirts of the frame on the right hand side. But before these crowned lapwings potentially get a fright from this blesbok, let's take you across to Steve and Madikwe to say hello for the morning.
Good morning, and I suppose hello is required, seeing as Nick said hello. Good morning, hello zebras, welcome to Madikwe, welcome to the warmth of the northwest, where, well, we are out and about, and we've decided to spend a little time this morning here at our favorite pan, you guessed it, Skokopan, which is turning into, it's on its last legs at the moment, everybody. We are in need of some desperate rains to revive this pan to its former glory. It has turned into a mud wallow, and how these zebras are going to get any sustenance with regards to moisture, I have no idea. But my name is Steve, and I'm joined by Rian on camera, and we're out and about this morning on Escape to Nature to see what happens here at Skokopan. And if nothing really transpires, we shall move on and see what else we can find. But we've had wildebeest and we've had lots of warthog already. And here is the pan, looking quite dismal. But there is some rain forecast this evening and tomorrow, and apparently this whole week is looking like there is some heavy rains predicted for this area. And well, heavy rains is what this pan is going to require to turn it back to its former glory. Now, in the last 3.5 weeks, Rian and myself have spent some marvelous moments here at this seasonal muddy wallow of a pan. We have captured enormous amounts of activity, and Rian has been busy logging, and you can imagine how much logging there's been done. I can't even fathom, but he's got quite some logged hours of action and activity with elephants, warthogs, a Lana falcon trying to take a warthog, which will show up at some point, I'm sure, in a highlight, because it was captured live here at Skokopan. It's a very brief moment, but I think a highlight in that regard would be very worthwhile seeing. But this pan itself is turning into a death trap. Just the other day, there was a buffalo on the property somewhere. They got caught in mud, and I think it actually drowned, or it actually did not survive. Justin, you'd like to see some wallowing animals? Well, you have signed in and tuned in to the right place. I don't foresee these zebras wallowing, but we've had a number of warthogs already coming down, and well, we have a feeling that momentarily a herd of pachyderms in the form of elephants are going to come charging through the thickets there, to come and splash and cavort in the muddy wallow, which is Skokopane. But our zebras are thinking about it. They first just got to have a bit of a scratch, I would assume, looking at them, that those are 3 stallions, without really knowing more, without seeing them from behind. Just see their, we'll just see their behavior soon. Good morning, Tatum. You would like to know if all mammals or animals partake in wallowing. Well, no, not all animals. We definitely see a high number of warthog, buffalo, rhino, and elephant. They seem to love it. Did I say buffalo? Rhino, elephant, buffalo, warthog. They love wallowing. And after wallowing, Tatum, they will scratch themselves and access and sort of moisturize. I think that the wallowing helps to moisturize the body, and then when they scratch themselves, they always scratch themselves after the wallow, and then they sort of just, when we exfoliate, and are taking coffee, filter coffee that's been used, keeping that in the shower and using that as an exfoliant, obviously using it once you've moistened yourself with water, works very, very well to sort of extricate any things out of the pores. And well, we definitely see our animals doing a lot of scratching after they have been in the mud. We never see them scratch before. Now, scratching, I'm sure, serves more than one purpose. One, of course, is that it's a scratch and it reaches those very hard to reach places. And none of these animals have got fingers. And you know how nice it is to scratch and itch when you have fingers. These animals don't have. So they use rubbing post, scratching posts. Minky, that was my first cat's name. You can do with an exfoliating wallow. Well, some people pay a lot of money. Some people pay a lot of money to go to spas, health spas around the world, to cover themselves in mineral-rich soils, mineral-rich earth, which obviously we know our body, our skin, is our largest organ on the body. And I'm sure there is lots and lots and lots that goes in through the pores. Magnesium bath is always a winner. Epsom salts bath, I know when you're feeling a little bit sore and the body is a bit painful, Epsom salts and magnesium, really, really good. That's just minerals in liquid form going through and being absorbed into the body. Wonderful. And I've no doubt these animals gain great benefit out of it. At the same time, they cover their bodies as well, protecting them against biting flies, and the element of suffocating ticks works very, very well. And on those scratching posts, sometimes you can find not only hair from the animal that's been scratching, if it's got hair of course, sometimes you can find ticks that have been dislodged from that activity. Here in the background, the very characteristic So we're going to make this a very nice interactive safari this morning, that I am going to, when I hear bird calls, I'm going to try and mimic them. If I can't, I shall play them on my phone, and we're going to ask you, the audience, as our pigs slowly come down, to tell me who is making that call. Some of them I can do okay with my lips. Might need a drink of coffee or a drink of water each time, but some of them I will have to use my phone because they are just too difficult. So as our warthogs come down, we talk about scratching, and we go to our famous tree there, Rian, just to show our lovely viewers at home that this stump over here has been, we've seen more than 100 animals getting some very hard to reach places on this stump of a tree. There's obviously the low down area, and then there's a high area. They get right on top of it, right into those cracks, right into the shoulders, right into the groin. We've seen so many different animals doing it. When we arrived this morning, the warthog was at the low area giving himself a proper scratch. Okay, thanks, Rian. Our pigs are now on their way down, trotting as they do. And as the pigs come down, it's not easy to see, but there's lots of barn swallows that are flying just above the water here. There's insects that no doubt are just trying to capture the last bits of moisture. And so their sort of area is being reduced, and lots of insects are coming off of the water's edge. Lots of swallows flying through. So if you do see little flickers on the screen, that is swallows, and here come the warthogs. Now you can see that it's turned into quite a soup. And warthogs are quite strong and quite powerful animals, so I haven't seen a warthog get stuck in mud before. They've got a nice low sense of gravity. They've got the dew claw on the back of the foot, which means that if their hoof goes through the soft mud, they've still got this extra bit of sort of claw at the back, which helps to hook them. So they're able to climb out of thicker, more sludgy bits. Buffalo have the same, but impala with their little pin-like feet, those are the guys who I'm concerned with if they do get into this mud, that they will get stuck. And once you get stuck and you start to flail, you start losing energy, maybe ingest a little bit of muddy slime into the lungs or breathe it in, then suddenly it becomes even harder to move, and it can be quite a sad process. I have seen it a few times before, but it is what happens. Little youngsters there, loving the mud. Are they going to plop down in it, cover their whole bodies? I think they're going to. Look, you see how sludgy it's getting, and hopefully we're going to get them all submerging themselves completely. So as we know, everybody, warthogs don't have sweat glands like the domestic pig. So this act of wallowing with regards to warthog is essential for their ability to cool off, especially the little piglets. Little piglets are very small and they've got an itchy bum, they've got a scratch from time to time. So they're covering themselves in mud. Obviously, it's great for the ticks. It's great for the scratching. It's great for keeping them cool, but it's actually essential. You know, the sun baking of the clay on the back can help them protect against overheating. But then getting in the moisture obviously helps to drop their body temperature quite substantially. And we've spent so much time at this pan, and we've seen warthogs coming and going, and so many times within a couple of hours it's the same groups coming back. So it's like if you spend time on holiday and you're on the beach and you're constantly going in and out of the water, it's a similar sort of aspect, you know, except the warthogs aren't able to sweat, so they need to find these mud wallows and they need to go cool themselves down, especially in the hot summer months. Unless they will, if they can find muddy wallows in winter. Generally what you find is these pans, these are seasonal pans that are fed by rainfall in the summer. So these, you see that power. That was just a change in the wind. And warthogs have to be very vigilant. I heard something, and it pays when you are fed upon by a wide variety of predators to run if you need to. That is their primary source of defense. Just run. But we don't see anything. So in more permanent sort of water systems, you don't get as much mud. So in a fast-flowing or slow-flowing sandy river, there's not that much mud, but you will find animals that need to wallow, at least trying to moisten themselves. But these muddy wallows that are so well sort of coinciding with our wet season is when the heat is the highest, and so they can get away with not wallowing in the winter months if mud wallows are unavailable. These seasonal pans are very, very summer sort of fed, rainfall fed, but we do on occasion have out of season rain, which can turn some of these back into little muddy wallows. And well, yes, if it's available, they will most certainly do it. It's like if you go on a holiday and there's a hot tub available, you'll use it. Or if there's a swimming pool available, you'll use it. But sometimes, you know, we don't have to have it. So they will in the winter if it's available, but it's very difficult to come across muddy wallows. Now, our zebras are coming. Can you just go a bit left of the zebras, Rian, into this tree? There's a Deirdre's cuckoo sitting right over here. There we go. Oh, there he is. That was the call I was asking all of you for before. Deirdre's cuckoo. And they are brood parasites on quite a wide variety of species, but in this case they are trying to parasitize on some weavers. Brood parasite. That's why I don't mind making their call in the summer, distracting them in the summer, because they don't really look after their own eggs, they don't look after their own nests. They are cheeky. Less than 1% of bird species are what we call brood parasites, which means laying their eggs there. They are caterpillar eaters. That is their primary source of food, and Most of our cuckoos are migratory, coming into South Africa and into southern Africa to feed on the proliferation of caterpillars that, like with the mud wallows, coincide with the rainfall. That looked tasty, didn't it? Need to fill their bellies, build up their bulk for their migration back north again. And zebras moving through the thickets at the background. Very nice. Busy cleaning the beak. So they're regarded as what we call an intra-African migrant. So they don't go north of the Sahara Desert. They don't go further up. And they arrive here sort of September, October, and they can leave as late as February. But they can stay a bit later. And they have a wide variety of hosts. Red bishop, southern masked weaver, Cape sparrow, Cape weaver, Cape wagtail, village weaver, lesser masked weaver, spectacle weaver, eastern golden weaver, chestnut vented titbabbler, golden breasted bunting, Holub's golden weaver, Karoo prinia, red-headed weaver, mountain meteor, southern grey-headed sparrow, white-winged widow bird, white-browed scrub robin, Karoo scrub robin, great sparrow, Murico flycatcher, African paradise flycatcher, Kalahari scrub robin, rattling cisticula. They've even used the pale flycatcher and the Cape robin chat, familiar chat, number of species. What amazes me, this bird, and you might all think it's crazy, but this bird has adapted its eggs to mimic that of the host. You might think, how on earth is that possible? So the egg develops within the ovaries of the female, goes through the whole development stage before the shell is formed, and then before coming out there's an area inside the breeding canal that colors or gives a pigment to the egg. Now the Degex cuckoo over a very long period of time has managed to lay eggs that match the pigment coloration of their host. Isn't that crazy? Now you might think, how is that possible? Now it's not possible for every Degex cuckoo to produce an egg that matches every type of host species. That's not possible. So what has happened is a Degex cuckoo that, for example, has chosen the Cape sparrow as its host, that chick that is hatched by the Cape sparrow will constantly go back to the nest of the Cape sparrow as a host. So that means over a period of time, that lineage of Degex cuckoos have chosen that species, and so they've been able to mimic their egg or color the pigment of the egg the same. Quite incredible, because obviously birds have learned that cuckoos are around, and if they come back to their nest and they find an egg that doesn't match their coloration, they will push it out. And so the cuckoo obviously got wise to that, and after many, many years of evolution, somehow figured out how to change the pigment of the egg to match that of the adult. Oreo, thank you. It's wonderful to be able to see Degex cuckoo like this for so long. They don't normally sit around like this. And so after a period of time, that individual has now mimicked the egg coloration or pigment, the dyeing. But how that manages to work as well is that, and it's sad, because Degex cuckoos will fly into a nest, they'll push an egg out and replace it with one of their own, because certain birds have learned to count as well. They know, I had 3 eggs and now there's 4. So the cuckoo that learned to push out the egg to take it back down to 3 has been more successful than the one that didn't. So yes, it's not ideal for the host, but the host believes that it is now raising a baby of its own and will feed it and look after it, and it will learn how to speak cuckoo, even though it was brought up by a red bishop or a spectacle weaver, for example. And then it sort of imprinted that individual host species, and hence over a period of time it somehow managed to also mimic the coloration of the egg. I think that's remarkable. Most of our other cuckoos, apart from the classes cuckoo, are normally pretty much limited to quite a small range of hosts. And our zebras have come from another angle, and they are deciding whether the juice here is worth the squeeze. I don't know.
Wild Earth is looking for unique wildlife sightings filmed by you. They can be old or new, from anywhere in the world, and filmed on a camera or on your phone. In return, we will give you cash, an opportunity to win a prize, and a chance to see your clip on TV with your name in the credits. It's easy. Head over to wildearth.tv/content to find out more.
Well, we got someone else coming to say hello, and we were hoping for this kind of activity. The tusks are visible from a distance, the slow, methodical gait of a male elephant. He knows where he's going. He knows exactly what he's going to do when he gets there. And something I like to impart as wisdom on my men's trails is to walk like a male elephant, because we're often walking with a lot of weight, and often us as humans feel the need to get to the destination. When if you spend time with a male elephant, no, he's got a lot of weight to carry around, He knows where he's going, but there's no urgency. There's no urgency. Every step that he takes is the next step, followed by the next step. And then when he does get to the wallow, he's going to enjoy it thoroughly. Doobie, it is exactly what we've been wishing for. And then once he's finished splashing and wallowing, enjoying himself, because this was the objective of the mission, was to enjoy himself, he's then going to walk away as casually and as slowly as before. Very Zen-like, just to be with the moment. It's something that we as humans struggle with. We're always trying to be somewhere else, and we all know that the journey is what it's all about, not the destination. And elephants have, especially bulls, have an amazing way of showing us that. Of course, when you get to that destination, enjoy it thoroughly, cover yourself, embrace it, dirty yourself and touch your face and do whatever it is you need to do. Act like a clown, we don't care. This is why you came. And act and dance as if nobody's watching. And then when it's time to leave, leave calmly and serenely, knowing that you will come back again, but the journey in itself is once again step by step. So I love that embodiment of the male elephant, and it really helps the brothers that I walk with to drop into that space, to forget about the weight on your back and to feel the weight on your back for what it is. When you are going on trail and you have been given instruction about what to bring and what to carry, and you always bring those very unnecessary things thinking that they won't make a difference, well, they most certainly do. Weight, every gram on a trail starts to pull you down. You see, just like that, no fanfare, he goes out. But his next objective is to scratch, which you've spoken about, but there's no urgency, no anxiety that the scratching post won't be there. Of course it's going to be there. And he's going to use it and enjoy it, and scratch under his nose, because it gets itchy under the nose, of course, and on top of the nose. It's very itchy there. Beautiful embodiment of how to embrace the moment. Wake up in the morning, make your bed, slowly carry out your morning duties without finding yourself 10 steps ahead of yourself. Something that I try to every day is to try and embody being in the present moment. I know many people find themselves in the shower and they're already thinking about the meeting and the traffic and the next thing that's happening. No, you are in the shower. Kimberly, well, let's see if he's going to scratch the inside of his ears. He's got a bit of a chin itch right now. I've never really seen them scratching the inside of the ear. They do get it in the neck and around the neck like that, under the chin. And then he smells like, ooh. Bob was here earlier. Bob was scratching over there. Hello, Bob. Or maybe it was Mary. But they choose that one for the face. And he might turn and get a bit of his inside legs as well. Let's see if he puts his leg over. Yeah. We got to get underneath the ankles. Oh, hang on. Here we go. Here we go. There's a belly. Oh, yeah. There's a perfect little bump over there that accesses that hard to reach space, and it's also getting some really good leg stretches in there. And I struggle with my hamstrings, so imagine how tight an elephant's hamstrings must be. So he's definitely pushing into that stump. Now the knee. Oh, here we go. Here comes the bum. Here comes the bum. This is always a goodie. Oh, yes. He doesn't care who's watching. He doesn't care what you think of him right now. He's not going to be posting his activities on social media. He's just going to be finishing up as the warthogs try to come in again, doing what he needs to do in this present moment, and then as if it wasn't there, he's going to move on to the next stage, which, oh, now it's the bum. There we go. Get those hips. I mean, you could just see there's enormous enjoyment in that. Enormous enjoyment in scratching those places. And this tree has seen lots of activity. Now he's going to just turn around and just have another little look. Maybe I didn't quite get the inside of my chin. Let me just get that again. Now we'll see the enjoyment on the face. You can see it in the eyes. His eyes closed, loving it. They're very tactile animals. If you don't know what that means, they're very touchy-feely. They love to touch each other, love to rub on each other. They do from an early age with mum. Very close-knit groups, lots of touching. So he's just having a moment with himself, and also just smelling who else has been here today. But all this while, he's been in the moment. He's got a full day of feeding ahead and more drinking and more things to do, but he's not there. He's right here enjoying this activity. Self-nourishment. I think many of us find ourselves getting so busy into our day so quickly that we forget about those important moments of self-nurturing and self-nourishment in the morning. 10-15 minutes can change your life. Jazzy, how satisfying. It looks so satisfying indeed. So satisfying. Elephants don't miss the opportunity to look after themselves, and there we go. He's now going to do the ankle, or the inside of the right front leg. There we go, both sides. If you've ever done yoga before, which I know some of you watching are probably good yoga instructors or teachers, you'll know that it's all about balance. If you're going to do the one side, the guy's holding on with his trunk. You have to make sure to do the other side, otherwise imbalance and in alignment, disalignment, out of alignment will happen. So, very important. If you stretch the right, you need to do the equal and opposite stretch on the left. In this case, he's going for the scratch, but his legs are definitely working, the muscles in the back of his leg. Just to move that massive frame backwards and forwards is requiring all sorts of muscles and stretching to happen. Now up comes the leg again. Oh, let's get on the knee joint. Step over. Hang on, I'm not quite done yet. Some more bum movements. Jessica, thank you. I just speak what comes to me in the moment, but nature has so many lessons for us. So many lessons we can take, and just to take it easy. We get so busy with what's going on in life that we forget that we are living our life. And if we're not in alignment with the moment, then we're not living. We're reacting to what life brings towards us. So if we can just enjoy and appreciate every moment that comes across, and we have that time, how many people can say they don't have time for themselves? Most people will say that, and that's ridiculous in my opinion, because we are here living our truth, and being in the moment is all about being alive in our moment, in our truth, in our lives. So something that I try every day is to meditate and exercise and stretch. It brings me into a much more focused space. And balance was my word for 2022. See, no urgency, no cell phone to check, no email or newspaper. This elephant bull has had some mud. He's now going through the ritual of scratching, exfoliating. Very present, very grounded as well. Don't get a more grounded animal than an elephant. All four massive feet on the ground, spreading the weight, distributing his massive form, covered in earth. Some people in India, you'll notice, will cover themselves in earth. You've probably seen images of these guys with long matted hair covered in orange or red soil. And all they're doing in that regard is they live a very simple life. They do a lot of washing in the river, so cleansing, water cleansing. They do a lot of incense and fire cleansing, a lot of wind cleansing. And so then they cover themselves in earth so as to ground themselves and to drop themselves into space of eliminating the ego, knowing that the earth is where they came from and the earth is where they will return. He's now going to check out the favorite tool on display here. Maybe he'll put some more mud on him, but I feel like he's going to check out the pole that attracts them all. Mud first, pole, mud, pole. Mud or pole? Another elephant is coming. This could be interesting. We'll just stay with this guy for now. I think maybe that's what he picks up on, that there's another elephant coming. So he's going to just investigate who it is. Is this my friend? Is this James from earlier? Another stately fellow walking in from the back. He seems like he's potentially going into must, but he doesn't look like he's in must. But he is a bigger bull, and so behavior here between them will be interesting to see. Submissive behavior is turning of the shoulder. But a wonderful place to meet your fellow brothers by the mud wallow. Well, another gentleman has joined us, and he is standing in the way of the warthogs. He has come down to Skokopane for his moment of self-care. He's a much bigger boy, and he's now thinking, okay, let me just have a little look. Let me just smell. Drop the stick I was eating. I had a little bit of a munch on my way here. It's always good to be well fed before your therapy treatments. Just a little snack, of course, not too much in your belly. Because if you start rubbing and scratching in places where your digestion system is too busy, well, it could be uncomfortable. So just a little snack before coming. And our boy, who's been here the whole time, is just sort of standing and watching and seeing what this other bull's going to do. Definitely a dominance. The one on the right, bigger. This guy's going to go right in now. I wonder if he's going to plop himself down. Slowly but surely in the mud. Ah, there we go. Tammy, Skokopane for the win. I tell you, we've had the most incredible times at Skokopane, and we feel like it's in its dying hours. It's going to diminish soon. And we don't know how long, but there is rain predicted, so we feel like rain will definitely turn this pan back into the lifeblood of this small area that it has been. And our warthogs, well, they are back again. The mud having dried from before already? Or are they different? It's very hard to tell. There's so many different warthogs pulling in. And like that, happy in the mud. Jackie, darling, yes it does. It makes your skin itch, and skin itching means that things are happening. So I'm sure that's why they probably scratch afterwards, because there's some itching happening. And that itch that you feel as well, I think feels really good to scratch. Really, really good to scratch. I love a good scratch. And look at this cuteness. Hello, Mama. Can I put my face right in here? Yes? Hey, little babies. They're learning very quickly. This is their first muddy season. The warthogs have bred recently, so these guys are only a month or so old, maybe 2 months, maybe less. So this would be their first wet season, and they're learning to be very vigilant and to run, but they're also learning that the mud wallow is delicious. But if you were not with us here last week, we had a warthog female coming down with a few piglets. And well, one of the piglets didn't leave the pan because the lioness caught it and it was eaten. So it is a risky business coming to a pan for a warthog. Not really so much for an elephant. But we know that the elephants arrive here in their numbers, and the females come with their youngsters. It's a great place for socializing. It's a great place for the bulls to come and investigate and see who's in estrus. So there's going to be an interaction between these two bulls in a moment. They are having a conversation with each other that we can't hear. And the bull on the right is bigger. And he's going to walk towards the other bull, and the other bull is going to turn his shoulder. He's now hiding behind the tree, saying, "You can't see me." So everything's good. at the moment. Some guinea fowl calling off in the background. Now the bigger of the two bulls is going to have his sniff of the scratching post. No doubt they're able to pick up on a number of different smells on there. But he didn't have a proper mud wallow, so I don't foresee him having the biggest scratch. So that tree the elephants are playing with, the lioness was perched in there. She jumped off and killed one of the warthogs, or caught one of the warthogs. It was in a marvelous scene, not so marvelous for the warthogs, but a really incredible scene that we witnessed and captured live. Love to know what they're saying to each other. Definitely conversation happening. They know each other. Neither of them in any urgency, any rush. Wonderful scenes here on this Sunday morning, wherever you are coming to us from. The end of the week, the final weekend of January. I hope your January has been fulfilling and rewarding. I've been here for the whole month, looking forward to heading back home shortly. But we will be sending you over to Djuma to see what those Talamati lions have been up to.
Thanks, Steve. And currently with some Impala rams, those Talamatis did get mobile, and I'll take us to exactly where they went into. Basically the exact same thicket as yesterday. And more than likely these Impala are blissfully unaware. But my thinking is that because of this wind, so it is rather overcast, these lions were rather open, or in an open area, sitting in it, and very easy for them to be seen. So there were quite a few Impala that were already alarm calling at them earlier. And where they've moved off into is this exact area here. And my thinking is that with this wind lying up in the vegetation in this thicket, taking it easy and getting on with a Sunday siesta is what is probably happening right now. I don't assume they're going to be doing too much moving. It's obviously nice and sheltered for them. Just having a little pan, maybe we'll see something move or flicker. With that wind, it is also quite tough. So all of them did move in there. Still haven't located S8. We haven't seen him yet this morning. However, the sub-adults and the lionesses all moved into here. So the thinking is that pretty much the same theme from yesterday. They did rest up, and perhaps if it does warm up later on, we'll get a better glimpse of them again. I'm sure coming down for a quick drink and then perhaps getting mobile again and moving off, possibly for some hunting. I don't think that Impala that they stole off Mulwati will really be touching sides anymore. And I'm sure the thought of being mobile with this wind, and of course with it being overcast, possibly quite ideal for hunting later on this evening. So we'll just have to wait and see. Obviously, the hope is that they do come out into the open again. We do get another view of them, and we do hope that they'll come through to the water as well. So we'll have to keep our eyes peeled. There was a bit of contact calling yesterday as well. So, of course, ears are also on the ground. And we'll just have to see what then unfolds for us. So just keeping a little eye on the thicket. And making sure we know what is going on. But that's just a little update on what is happening with the Talamatis. Of course, as I said, there's those 3 impala rams just on the other or closer side of us on the bank here on Gari Dam. But it's time for us to head back to Steve. There's lots of action going on in Madikwe, and why not follow that action?
Well, you're back with us, everybody. Not much time passed between, but these two bulls came a bit head to head. Had a little bit of a chat. And I think our big gentleman now, who's on the left, is going to have a proper mud wallow in a moment. He's just smelling all the smells. Smelling all the smells of what's been going on. Going to eat some earth, perhaps. Yeah, nothing like a clump of mud on a Sunday morning to get your digestive system moving. You might think that's quite strange if you're just joining us, but eating of earth is a very well-known practice known as geophagia. Essentially, when we eat plants, we are getting the minerals from the earth. It's not that we're necessarily eating the plant itself, which we are, but we're getting the minerals that the plant has brought up from the earth. So you can sidetrack that by going straight to the source. And in these low-lying areas, this mud, this clay would have fair amounts of salt, and often that is what these animals are looking for, is salt. But neither of these boys has any urgency on their day. They don't have any plans. They might play with each other a little bit. You do find elephant bulls interacting all the time. They don't have the same pressures that a breeding herd has. A breeding herd has to move in response to the needs of the youngsters, whereas adult bulls don't have the same needs. The life of a bachelor, I suppose. Callum, they are calm with one another, but they know each other intimately. They would have known each other for years. You see, the guy on the right is smaller, and he showed deference to the guy on the left, and because of that, they get on. It's about respect. You know, if you know elders in your community and you see them approaching you, you give them some respect. He's going to get involved now. You give them some respect, and by doing so, you are respected in turn. And elephants, it's all about size, and age is determined. Size is determined normally by age. Oh, he's going to kick the earth now. He's going to dig his tusks in, possibly to the side, make some more mud. A little bit of a push. Wonderful to see them push each other into the mud. Okay, well, everybody, well, if you're just joining us this morning, welcome on board to Escape to Nature. We are coming to you live from Madikwe Game Reserve in the northwest to mine and Rian's favorite pan here called Skoko Pan. And hello, everybody. My name is Steve, and I'm joined by Rian on camera. And we've been out and about here with wallowing animals, elephants, warthogs. And Nick was down in Djuma with the Talamati Pride that has been just chilling out and taking it very slow on this Sunday morning, which I hope you all are as well, taking it really slowly and taking it very easily. It is the end of January after all, and we embrace your questions and comments. And if you have any questions or comments that you'd like to send through, please do go ahead. They do enable us to delve deeper into topics and to discuss all sorts of things that you'd like to know about. It is your live interactive safari through the African wilderness after all. So if it is also your first time joining, this is Skoko Pan, which Rhiannon and myself think is on its last legs with regards to its ability to sustain wildlife. And that is a seasonal pan. It is going to be inundated again when we have some more rain, but at the moment it's looking quite dire. And if you want to know how these pans form and how they get bigger, you're seeing it in process right now. This elephant bull is gouging into the side of the bank using his tusks. He's doing so to pick up clumps of earth that he'll probably eat, but he's also doing it to create the muddy substrate, which will then get churned up with the water and with his feet. So each time an animal wallows, mud is taken out and it's made deeper and deeper. Every hoof mark, every footprint creates more disturbance, which creates more mud. Mary, you want to know how elephants communicate with each other? Well, there's a lot of body language. There's enormous amounts of body language, very much like humans. I suppose many of us think that there's not a lot of communication via body language, but there is enormous amounts in the way we stand, the way we posture. This gentleman right now has dropped his penis. There's a communication element in that. The way that they look at each other, the way that they turn, there's body language in that. But as well, there's lots of rumbles that elephants go through, lots of noises that we can physically hear. The head shake there is another body language element. If an elephant does that normally to another elephant, he's normally warning him or warning us. There's a lot of warning signs that take place. But elephants also are able to communicate at a very low frequency known as infrasound, which some people say can cover enormous distance through the frequencies. Low frequencies about 5 to 7 hertz, which can be picked up by elephant herds kilometers away, 25, 30 kilometers away. Some people postulate even further. They obviously also have high-pitched trumpets, high-pitched squeals that they do as well, which are much more audible, but their normal communication to each other, like now, they're just sort of standing there and they're having a chat. They're probably having a nice chat. If we had a hertzometer with us right now, and we had it sitting here, it would be ticking over. Little waves would be moving through the hertzometer at about 5-7 hertz. The human ear hears at about 19 or 20, somewhere around there. So the elephant frequency is very, very low. Another bird calling in the background. I'm mimicking it now. Wonder if any of you know who that is. Quinsyn insects will struggle in these wallows. You'll actually find a number of them getting dislodged in the water or lodged in the water, in the mud, and getting stuck. That's why you find some bird species, as wallows start to dry up, coming along and plucking insects from the water's edge or from the mud. Insects will struggle. Obviously, a lot of them need water for survival, and there's a large number of insects, but many of them will actually perish in these muddy wallows. When we think back to ancient times, when we find fossils and of insects, of birds, of mammals, many of them succumbed to muddy wallows like this, and then would have been fossilized underneath enormous pressure, and many, many years later, fossils were brought out, almost looking exactly like they used to, but lithified into more of a soil-like or rock-like substance. They almost get, cast in stone, so they get preserved, because it's not very easy for a lot of bacteria and microorganisms to proliferate in the mud itself, as the oxygen is deteriorating. Got a bit of an itchy knee. So see, the one elephant is just standing there, and you think nothing's going on, but they're having a chat, about what happened yesterday, or what's been going on this whole week. Where have you been? What herds have you interacted with? When last did you see Fred? Has he gone on another jaunt to the south? There's things we can guess at what they're talking about. But clearly the bull on the left is standing there, being very aware, being very present with his friend. Maybe his friend's going through a bit of a hard time and he's consoling him and just listening. Sometimes it's nice to just listen, to not say anything back, not to try and fix the other's problems. He twists his trunk in anxiety. Life is so tough, And the pole is now going to be visited. We anticipated the pole being visited. It's taken some time. And now it is well and truly. He's listened to his friend long enough, and now he's decided, I'm going to go and use the favorite scratching post around. They get rubbed smooth from this activity. Alana, now elephant bulls obviously don't hang out in herds once they reach a certain age. They will hang out with bulls, and they'll also move through solitary life and hang out with bulls whenever they can. But breeding herds, generally the females will stay with the herd throughout their entire life, unless they get to a certain age where they sort of split off from the breeding herd. They become a mother, maybe even a grandmother. Food resources decrease, and you might get one whole herd separating from the other, but they will come back and see each other again. So I don't foresee female elephants getting lost and then not finding their herd again. They're able to communicate, and they do find themselves again. I don't think they would join up with a new herd entirely. They've got very strong bonds that they develop from a young age, and they will always find their family again. In my opinion, I don't know if there's been any study to prove that otherwise. We've got a small group approaching. Might be two more bulls. I think it is. This is a bull central, and now this guy, he's decided he wants to go out and scratch before someone else arrives. He's not sure how big the elephant arriving is. We'll see. And we'll see this behavior. There's a young bull, two young bulls, and they will have to show signs of submissive behavior, or they would get sorted out. You see the big adult there has looked across and thought, okay, they're just two youngsters, I'll let them come. They're being submissive. Let them come and wallow. Let them come and enjoy themselves. I wonder if we're going to see one of them rolling in the mud. Much quicker way of covering yourself in the sludge is just climb right in. Rian said he's going to do it before we leave. Rian, go on. We'll do a behind the scenes of Rian in the mud wallow. I think that would be a winner. Definitely have to have a tow rope or something, because I think getting in there is going to be the easy part. Getting out. Brandy, it does happen. It does happen. You don't generally see it with adults, but I saw a video last year of a mud wallow where a pretty decent sized elephant had gotten stuck. And this entire conservation body came forward to pull the elephant out using tractors and tow ropes. And it was quite an ordeal to see. But it doesn't happen often. But all animals have the risk. I mean, if we have a look at our warthogs just to the right, sorry, aren't they coming in? These warthogs are actually really asking for trouble. The little piglets are getting right in there. I foresee Rian looking similar to this as you crawl into the mud, Rian. Yeah? It's not going to happen. But mud wallows do pose a risk for animals. Obviously, elephants are very big and strong, and so when their foot pushes into the mud, it expands, and when they release, it contracts. Warthogs have got the dew claw, which helps them to not get pinned, but there's risks. And there are risks. I've never seen an elephant trapped, but I did see a video last year of an elephant that was rescued, and it looked like an enormous ordeal to get that animal out. Enormous ordeal, but it was successful.
Mashatu Game Reserve has a glowing reputation as one of the most beautiful reserves in southern Africa. And now, atop a soaring cliff overlooking the Majale River, beneath the groves of Euphorbia succulents, sits the stunning new Mashatu Euphorbia Villas. These eco-friendly villas echo their beautiful natural surroundings, shaped to match the Mapanu parts of Mashatu. Enjoy earthy glamour with a consciousness for conservation woven into every element of these camps within the 32,000 hectare reserve.
once you've had a bit of a mud wallow, it's a great time to be social and to start pushing each other around. Crystal's going to join Rian in the mud wallow. Rian, there we go. You've got your first friendly mud wallower. I know Jonty last year had a Wild Earth expedition or a Ticket to Dream that came specifically to mud wallow with Jonty. And he did it. I tell you, getting into this mud is going to be fun, but getting out is not, and getting the mud off is going to be another story altogether. Okay, well, we're going to spend some time here, see what else happens at our muddy wallow. In the meantime, down to Kariega you go.
Okay, we've got some clean zebras who have not been doing any mud wallowing, with a lovely backdrop in the background there. Yeah, so zebras, oh, that one got a bit of a fright. Don't know if that was potentially me speaking there. What happened with the jitters? It's not very windy now, so it's not like the wind will make them nervous. But I mean, these zebras are heading in the rough direction of Scotia Dam, so potentially heading off for a little bit of a drink there, perhaps. But it's been a lovely, peaceful day here at Kariega so far. Surprisingly, not too much activity on these open plains here. It's been nice to do a little bit of birding as well. Shame there was a single little warthog piglet that came running across these open plains, and no sign of a mother, which was, shame, a little bit concerning, because you would expect it to be staying close to mom. I'm not too sure if it got separated somehow or what the story was, but it was just one piglet. There was not a second or third or any signs of mom or any other warthogs around. So hopefully it does manage to reunite with some other warthog soon enough. So this is our dazzle of zebra that we had a few days ago that Stompy was looking to mate with one of the females. He's just to the left of this frame, about 30 meters to the left. Mallory, in terms of communication between zebra, a lot of it will be sort of body language of physical cues and things like that. You know, positioning of the tail, body posture in terms of, you know, really making themselves look a bit bigger, pulling back the lips and baring the teeth. And then there definitely are audio communications as well. I'm definitely not going to try and give a rendition of a zebra call. I think it would scar all of your memories. Yeah, but this dazzle has been resting here on this little ridge line for quite a while, most of the morning, a good majority. They've actually had it all to themselves. would say there's probably a good idea they will head down to Scotia Dam a bit later. I can see Stompie is looking there. Mandy, the zebras will have to eat for a very good portion of the day. So a good majority of the day they'll have to eat. Remember, if we look at the composition of their sort of makeup of the stomach, they've got a single chambered stomach, a hindgut fermenter. They're not a ruminant. So remember, ruminants are able to regurgitate some of the food and then still get more nutrients from that, whereas zebras won't do that. So because of that, they will have to feed for longer periods of time compared to what a ruminant would do. Not to say that zebras will feed for the whole day. They'll take it in bouts, early morning like this when it's still nice and coolish. Midday they might have a little bit of a siesta, really take it easy, especially on a really, really hot day. Today is a bit more overcast and there's this cool breeze coming across. So there's a chance that they may feed into midday today, but on days where it's very hot they won't. You look at another animal that's also got a single chambered stomach. You look at your elephant. You look at digestion of an elephant, also not very good. There's no ruminating happening, but also, the digestion, they're only digesting about 40% of what they eat. So a shame for an elephant. He really has to move and shake his way around and eat a lot of foliage to sustain that bulk, to sustain that size. It's really interesting looking at this group that we've got here. The three of them on the left-hand side are a lot more similar to each other compared to the one on the right-hand side. This one that's slightly more on the right-hand side definitely looks to be a bit more of a whitish color, if anything. It's definitely got bold black markings, but there's a lot of bigger sort of whitish, creamyish spaces between those stripes compared to some of the other zebras. Wait, little Egyptian goose flew past. Crystal, you're trying to egg me on here. You know what? It's quite easy if you guys had to ask me about a bird call, because I reckon I would whip my Roberts app out and I'd crack that out. But no, a zebra call is, I guess, kind of like a bray. Quaha, 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 quaha. That's my rendition. You can see I haven't practiced my zebra calls. But that is the most common type of call you'll hear. Often when they are walking close by, you'll hear that characteristic kind of similar to a horse, I guess. Remember, quite often that is just trying to get some of the little botfly eggs and whatnot out of their nasal cavities. I always find it so interesting having a look at the different stripe patterns of individual zebras. This one on the right hand side definitely does look a bit funkier compared to everybody else. kind of in the foreground, if you do look carefully, just in front of them there, you'll see a little bit of movement of a bird scuttling in and amongst the grasses there. So that's another one of our lapwing species that is moving through there, and quite a cool one, quite a special one. That's our black-winged lapwing, which prior to coming down to Kariega I had never seen. So it kind of looks more similar to your Senegal lapwing compared to your crowned lapwings that we were having a look at earlier. I'm not going to try and zoom into it because it's a very difficult view, kind of hidden behind the grasses now. Remember, our crowned lapwing had the black and white stripes on the top of the head, whereas both your black-winged and your Senegal lapwings will not have those stripes on the head. They'll have a plainer, sort of buffyish, almost greyish coloured head. Everybody seems to be making their way off now. I wonder if they're not going to head down to the water potentially. That characteristic bobbing of the head. Karen, thanks for the question. No, I've never seen albinism in a zebra before. I've only seen our stock standard zebras. I've never seen melanism in a zebra either. But you never know. It's very possible. Obviously that comes down to genetics. So I don't see any reason why it wouldn't be possible. So remember, albinism's going to be pretty much the opposite of melanism. Albinism, there's going to be no melanin. I've heard of up in the Sabi Sands, I think it was, there was a buffalo calf that was sort of leucistic, so whitish, a lot whitish in color, with that characteristic blue colored eye. You can see right at the front of the group there is our friend Stompy that we've been talking about. Off he goes. Doesn't want to stick around for too long. Yeah, definitely looks like they've got a plan in mind in terms of where they're wanting to head to. So you can see here Scotia Dam, not too far away. Looks like there's been a steady trickle of impala that's been moving through there. Oopsie, I reckon that is going to be the end point of where these zebras potentially go to. Yeah, wow, no shortage of impala here. See if we can get you a little closer in. So the zebra have kind of just stopped on the outskirts where we last saw them. They're just assessing and surveying to see if everything looks in order, if it looks safe. I feel like this herd of impala just snuck up behind us here. Didn't see them earlier while we're having a look at the zebra. They must have just popped up. You can see we've got some yellow-billed ducks that were flying around there, bottom left-hand side of the screen. Those yellow-billed ducks seem to have made Scotia Dam home. We do seem to see them here the majority of the time. Yeah, so hopefully we will see our zebras coming down to the waterhole here soon enough. There was just another vehicle going past, if you did get that sound there. Our zebras look like they're making a little bit of a turn here. They've potentially decided they're not going to be heading to the dam, which is really interesting. I really would have thought they would have come down for a little bit of a drink. Each to their own. It's a lovely little view of our Blesbok mother and youngster here. That would have been quite a cute shot, sort of a portrait shot closer in. We're a little distance away here. You can see in the background it looks like the zebras have maybe just changed direction again. Maybe they'd followed a little game trail that was kind of weaving through the area there. But you can see them right on the edge of the water itself there. Molly, it's a good question. An animal that's not in good health, generally you will see it lying down. You know, it's not really going to be actively walking around too much. A large majority of the time it'll be quite skinny as well. You know, it hasn't been feeding properly, so there'll be a loss of condition, of size. You know, there might be a very high tick load as well, which is sometimes quite visible when you do have a look at them. For something like the zebra that we're having a look at, the best way to tell if your zebra is in not the best condition is actually the mane. So the majority of other animals, if they're really struggling, the ribs will start to stick out. You might even be able to see the hip bones and things like that. Whereas for these zebra that we're looking at, that won't be the case, and that's because of their body composition. So we were talking about feeding strategies earlier and how the zebras have got a one-chambered stomach. And as a sort of a byproduct of that one-chambered stomach, they're quite gassy animals. So all of those gases, it bloats them. So the zebras are forever quite bloated. So you won't ever see the hip bones or the ribs of a zebra sticking out. So you have a look at the mane. So if your mane is standing up nice and firm, nice and erect, that's a good, healthy zebra. If it's kind of flopping over to the side a little bit, and it just looks like that mane is not conditioned, it's not really in the spot of where you would usually expect it to be, if the hairs are all sort of flopped over on the side, got yourself a sick zebra. But for the large majority of other animals, antelopes and things like that, a lot of the cats as well, usually condition. Skinny animals with the ribs sticking out, really underfed, that's going to be your best tell that the animal's not doing so well. Got a little ostrich making an appearance in the background there. There's been a few yellowbill kites cruising around the edge of Scotia Dam.
Here at Wild Earth, we take great pride in curating our best animal content for you. Would you like our very best animal stories, highlights, questions, and the inside scoop on all things Wild Earth before anyone else? Find it all, as well as info on our exciting plans going forward first, in the newsletter handmade just for you. Available to all Wild Earth explorers.
So we mentioned earlier how you do have to have a relatively careful look to differentiate the two different species of black-winged and the Senegal lapwing. So we said they've both got similar looking heads, crowns and things like that. So the black-winged lapwing will have pinkish legs as well as a pinkish to almost reddish ring around that eye, that yellow eye, whereas the Senegal lapwing will just have greyish coloured legs. It won't have those very characteristic pinkish legs. And it'll also have that yellow eye, but it will not have that reddish pinkish eye ring around that yellow eye. It's the black-winged lapwing that'll have that little ring. So you got to look carefully when you do see those little guys cruising around and about. Some blesbok running there. Beautiful markings on these blesbok. Look at the legs there. More lapwing there between the two of them now. Something's caught their attention. They also seem to be knowing exactly where they want to go. They've got a plan in mind. Chris, it can become hard for different species to join into herds. I guess it depends what type of animal you are. Something like an impala is quite relaxed for things like females to come and go. It becomes a bit more tricky in the sort of the mating seasons, where all the males are trying to keep the females to themselves. They don't really want anybody to come and go. They want to keep all of those females to themselves so they can pass their bloodline on as much as possible. But then you look at something like a giraffe, very chilled, very relaxed, very loose type of social structure of everybody's coming and going at their own will. Composition of herds is changing very, very erratically and pretty regularly. So it differs between species. Lion prides are pretty set in their structure. You'll have your pride takeovers of new dominant males taking over every sort of 3 to 4 years, of having a big physical fight, which is also good at the end of the day. It is, yes, maybe detrimental to that pride at that certain time, but it does bring in new blood, new genetics to eventually, in the long run, strengthen that pride. So I think it's really dependent upon which species that we do have a look at. You look at something like leopard, very solitary. You're only going to see 2 leopard together when it's mom and youngsters, or a pair of leopard that are mating. And I mean, obviously mama's going to look after the cubs and raise the cubs, but if you take that away and look at how often a female will meet up with another male. Not very often, if she raises those cubs to sort of full age of independence of sort of 18 months, 20 months, she's not really seeking out a male all too often. But our Blessbok male here, quite happy to stay by himself. Maybe later on you'll see if he can join a herd. But while he is having some downtime of his own, let's take you across to Okukuyo and see what's happening there.
Yes, our first glimpse of Okukuyo this morning. Nice just to sit back sometimes and just admire what is going on. Lovely little yellow flowers popping out. I think it's got something to do with some devil thorns, although I'm yet to find out exactly what these flowers are. If you've got an idea, please do let me know. Always cool to learn something new. The feeling it's something different, but who knows? Could be just to do with the green flush and grass. Let's actually take a little look at them. Rather cool. There was a bit of rain here yesterday evening. It's lovely and clear out at the moment, but really quite cool. Can't really get too much closer into this, but as I said, of course, if you have been to Etosha and you've got an idea as to what these flowers are, it would be quite fantastic to know. And there's just a little glimpse. Dotted throughout this is, of course, some concrete. And I did just notice a little springbuck off to the left of us. So, unfortunately, none of the Mbika Pride members around here of late. But that's not a real complaint. Nice to have a springbuck with us. Been around in very good numbers of late, so I'm sure taking on a lot of this flower as well as the grass that has popped up throughout too. But quite a cool little landscape, constantly changing at the moment with all the rain that has fallen. So initially it was a green flush, and now with this yellow coming through, really just adding to the scene. And very cool seeing the springbuck within it. So I'm sure that springbuck ram will be here for some time, so we'll come back and join it. I just want to have a look and see what else is going on around the Mbika waterhole, or the Okukuyo waterhole right now. Let's just have a little scan through. A couple more springbuck. We of course had some very nice zebra. There's a wildebeest just off in the distance there. Quite a busy day yesterday. Adam Stork was also still around. You hear all the weavers going off right now as well. Hi Nicola. Generally we use the term green flush for after there's been rain in an area. Of course that reinvigorates or revitalizes the land. That green flush that then follows after the rain is what I'm referring to right now. And with rain being quite sporadic in areas in Africa, and in particular in southern Africa where we are right now, you do notice that certain areas will have a flush first. Some sleeping or resting springbuck there. There's the juvenile Adam Stork as well. But we do notice that in most areas there'll be little flashes that happen throughout before the whole landscape kind of explodes. At the moment, it kind of looks like a lot of these springbuck are enjoying some form of meditation, rumination, and relaxation. Just throughout here. Quite cool really, just seeing how they really are very relaxed right now. I'm sure very full, but also very much at ease. And lots of them throughout, so fantastic to see all of this. I'm sure the ground is also rather cool as well. A bit of rain from yesterday. Also meaning that conditions are kind of perfect for some respite right now. So just a lovely scene just to take in. Of course, we would have just heard the Egyptian geese, one at least of the adults. We'll have a look to see what the family's up to just now. But really just quite cool to see the springbuck resting up like this. It's not every day we do see this. So very cool. So really just sitting back at the moment, enjoying the scene of relaxing springbuck. Gonna zoom back out again. We will resume seeing who else has turned up for us right now. Did mention this wildebeest bull. There were two around yesterday at some point. But quite clearly, this guy over here setting up some form of territory for himself, or home range at least. Hopefully he'll be joined by some cows soon enough. As you can see, many springbuck, and primarily rams from the looks of things, just because of that horn width that we're looking at. The base being a lot thicker on the ram than on the ewe. So, of course, I'm sure there are a number of ewe around too, but at least in frame, mostly rams. Everyone really in good nick. That wildebeest bull, rather impressive in body size. Kind of peak condition at the moment. So you'll notice there's a fair amount of wind at the moment, just keeping the camera, or making the camera a little bit unsteady. So I've zoomed out from that area where the wildebeest is for now. We're just going to watch these springbuck as they graze along the water's edge. Of course, got one or two of the blacksmith lapwings. No doubt we'll have some of the egrets around as well. And a bit of a morning chorus going on with the Egyptian geese. We'll come in and find them as well. There's a dove, it looks like, is at the water's edge too. The little grebe also swimming about. What's interesting about the grebe as well is that they kind of use floating nests. They're one of the few waterfowl that would use that, although there isn't much vegetation right here for a grebe to kind of construct a floating nest at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see how that works out. Also because you would assume that that nest would get quite disturbed. There are many times where we've witnessed springbuck, oryx, and of course the elephants right in the middle of this waterhole. Of course, frolicking about. So how that dynamic would work out, looks like there's a giraffe actually in the distance. But how that grebe dynamic would work out in terms of nesting would be rather interesting. I'm not too sure how it may pan out here. Because primarily they do use, as I said, a floating nest, putting together vegetation and then jumping on top of that. So something to keep our eyes out for. There's a giraffe off in the distance. I haven't seen one of these Angolan giraffe for quite some time. We'll try to see if we can't get a little glimpse of it. Just be able to make out its head, really, the front line of the Mopani thicket there. The Mopani also dotted without the Senegalia or the acacia species. The Chilias now as well. But really fantastic to see that they are still in the area. I'm sure obviously with lots of food around, they are also capitalizing on all that growth. Hopefully the wildebeest is going to come down and drink with us as well. Zoom back out. It really is quite a fantastic scene. Just also trying to make out where the geese are, because I'd like to check in on them. Haven't had a visual yet today. Yes, again, thank you for joining us at Escape to Nature. We're currently in Okakuyo and you're with myself, Alex. We've had a very busy start to Sunday morning. We kick-started with the Talamati Breakaway Pride in Djuma. We did move off into the thickets though, unfortunately. And then we joined Steve in Madikwe with some wallowing warthogs, a very nice Diedrich's cuckoo, and some scratching and wallowing elephant. And prior to this, we were just with Nick with some zebras and blesbok in Kariga. So it has been a very action-packed full day. Of course, we've just seen one of the Angolan giraffe, wildebeest, lovely springbok, and great to see this yellow in terms of the flower coming out. And if any of you have tuned in and know exactly what this yellow flower is, please do let me know. I'm quite intrigued. And geese giving these springbok a bit of a gear. Geese are rather protective over those goslings, and what we've noticed, and it's been quite a funny trend, is that whenever the springbok get close to them, one of the adults gets rather angry and tries to shoo them off. So that was just what's going on. Kind of, I'm sure, what that noise has been about right now. So just trying to count how many goslings are here. There should be 6. You can hear some European bee eaters. Acacia pied barbet. There's one of the egrets. So yes, so Nadine just came through into my ear saying that she also hopes that all of the MCs, so the goslings, all 6 of them, are still here and accounted for. So they've just kind of gone into this little kind of grassy patch here. I'm sure they'll come out and forage. So we'll have to get to counting them once they do all pop out. We'll also just watch to see how these parents go with the rather close springbok that are around. But lots of action going on. So we're just going to wait for these goslings to pop out so we can count them. See what's going on. Of course, we also do have a number of springbok that are also enjoying a little drink. So I'll try and get a look at all of the action. It's quite a cool scene, really. Hi, Calvin. Thanks for your question. And primarily, the majority of birds will all alarm call because it will be one of their chief mechanisms kind of to highlight that there is a predator in the area. And of course, make everyone else aware of any present danger. Maybe perhaps we might not hear some of that at times. Here comes our wildebeest bull. And from what I can see, just 4 goslings, but I did say a number of them did go into there. But birds will basically, obviously, alarm call, make others aware of the presence of a predator. And in some cases, if they are territorial or rather ballsy, they'll even mock dive on them, dive bomb them. So yeah, it is definitely kind of a highlight or a thing that they would do to obviously add as a warning for anyone. And of course also make that predator aware that they have been seen. Hi, Hyena Cub. Thank you very much for your question. Hyena Cub wanted to know who I think is the most fearless of the birds. And fork-tailed drongos. I've seen them do some interesting things. So for me at least, fork-tailed drongos, they do dive bomb predators and eagles. I have also seen a Birchall's cuckoo going after a black mamba and dive bombing that as well. But I think in general, those fork-tailed drongos probably the most fearless in terms of what they do get up to. Quite a peaceful scene. Awesome to see the chicks here, or the goslings. Currently you can see 5. I'm hoping that all 6 are here. We'll just keep a tab on them because there's quite some thick vegetation that is around there. It's very easy that one could be there, but it's quite cool that our wildebeest bull has also pulled in. So geese, egrets, and the springbuck. But from a very peaceful scene here in Okakuyo, it's time for us to check in again with Stephen Madikwe. And what surprise he has lying for us there.
Thanks, Alex. Well, we've got a young boy who's arrived, and he looks quite excited to have found his way to the mud. I don't know if he was one of the youngsters that was here just now, but it's turning into proper sludge. They're not even managing to spray liquid on themselves anymore. So if he wants to get covered in mud, he's going to have to drop his knees. Something startled him. Might be the wind flapping through our roof. Terry, I couldn't agree with you more. Elephants are classic. I love spending time with them. He's thinking now what to do. I want to go back in, but something disturbed me, and I'm only a young elephant bull, and I'm not that confident. But I really want to go back in. Now, let me just check around the corner here. Go around this way, under the bush. I feel much more comfortable when I've got trees around me. There we go. Building confidence. Lots more confidence now. Just have a look. And nothing that side. Let me just check there was nothing this side. No. He is hiding. He's trying to figure out what it is that got into his nose. I can only assume it's us and the wind flapping from our car. Maybe there's something there we didn't see before. The wind has picked up nicely, and it's got a couple little holes on this metal pole here that act like a flute. And you might hear it every now and again. As the wind blows, it makes this little fluty sound. And there we go, he's now well and truly ensconced in the bush there. And elephant bulls don't really have much to concern them, but when they're younger, they're still a little bit tentative. They don't have the seemingly protective herd with them. They're not with other big bulls. You can often see big bulls will be in a situation like this with a younger bull, and he might start reacting like that, and the bigger bull will just walk up to him and just calm down. It's all good. Don't stress. It's only this or it's that. So you're still figuring out all those little things. It's when you see big elephant bulls, nothing really deters them at all. But when they're younger, they're still trying to find their feet, still trying to get their confidence. It looks like he's had enough. He's going to go find something to do elsewhere. Mike, you don't really call them bachelor herds of elephant. You'll get a big male elephant who walks through the landscape in a stately manner, and he, along the way, attaches young bulls to him, guides them, looks after them, gives them some lessons in the life of an elephant, sort of what human society used to do a lot, and it's something I'm trying to get more involved with, is that initiation from boy to man. And elephants do it so well. The young boys, by the time they reach 13, 14, even 15, maybe 16, they start showing interest, sexual interest in the females in the herd, and that's not tolerated. They get ousted from the herd, and they tend to follow that herd for some time, just following, a few hundred meters behind all the time, but still going to the same pans, still feeding in the same places, but not really welcome in the herd. And then after a period of time, that herd walks past or interacts with a big male or two, and that big male takes it upon himself to start guiding those youngsters. They're also commonly known as askari. You sometimes find large groups of elephant bulls together, where there's a few bigger ones that are sort of leading the way, and a few younger ones that are sort of just trying to figure out what it is to be a male elephant. Because at that point, they're also in the herd, generally quite big. So they're much bigger than their siblings, and they're equal, if not bigger in size, to their mother. And so they don't know what it's like to be the smallest. And as soon as they get picked up by a big adult dominant bull, they learn very quickly that they are definitely not the biggest fish in the sea. And there's ways to behave as a male elephant. And that behavior gets taught. They don't get beaten, but there's definitely discipline that takes place, and there's definitely body language and behavior that takes place to pull them in line. And so you can see young bulls will be with bigger bulls and follow them around as well. And it's quite something to see when you're in a sighting, as I was explaining before, and you've got the younger ones start to get a bit upset, and the bigger bull will just step in between whatever the perceived danger is, and just explains him. You can see it in the manner and how they calm down and how everything just settles, that the bull steps in and was like, don't worry about these guys. There's nothing to worry about. Classic example that I have from years ago. When I was working at Singita, we were out in this big open area, and we had this big elephant bull. He was old and he had big dents in his head. Both his tusks were broken, and he'd been commonly known as George. And here comes a big bull, equivalent in stature. And he'd be commonly known as George, and he was the most relaxed elephant bull I'd ever met at that stage. He'd been around, he'd learned all the things there were to be and how people were, and he was very relaxed. And there was this younger bull that was with him, and we were in this big open clearing, and the younger bull was acting all upset and all tentative and running around and head up. The bigger bull looked at him, George looked at the younger bull, walked straight up to the front of my car, picked up some little pebbles that were on the floor and threw them into our car like dice, and then just walked straight past us, right next to the car. And the younger bull followed him, but walking that sideways sort of walk. And I was like, yeah, you see, you're not that big. But George basically showed that younger bull that we were nothing to be concerned about, and let's just carry on with our day. So he was teaching him. He was teaching him some lessons. And this big bull here would be an example of a big bull that would take younger bulls under his wing. And I think we might have a breeding herd joining us soon, which I'm very excited about. We've been waiting for this. But let's just watch our big bull here cover himself in mud. And then we'll see how he interacts with a family of elephants. That will be with us in a couple of minutes.
Would you like a stay in the African bush? Open to all explorers. Sign up and stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at the fantastic Mashatu Lodge in Botswana. This bucket list prize includes daily safari drives, traditional African cuisine, spacious luxury suites, and a promise of sheer relaxation. Sign up now and stand a chance to win.
Well, they have arrived, and there is no delay in them getting moisturized and covered. The youngsters absolutely love this. They've been waiting for hours to get here. And if you've got small children, you'll know when you go on holiday, doesn't matter what the weather's like, and you go to the beach, they want to be in the ocean immediately. Drop everything, not about food, forget about the sun cream, forget about even the costumes. Let's go in full steam ahead. And you see the difference between this lot and a stately bull. A lot more urgency. big elephant bull just stepped out of the way. You know, you can imagine the old bachelor is sitting there in the swimming pool, and the family arrives with the kids, and the kids are screaming and shouting, and the old bachelor just climbs out and goes and sits on the side. Maybe cracks a beer or whatever it is he might have been enjoying. Just feigns disinterest. Can you see that one in the mud there? Yeah, that one. That's how you do it. You know, if you ever want to know how to do something, you just watch how the youngsters do it. Watch how the kids get involved, because they don't care who's watching. Look at that one to the left of him. Do elephants get stuck in mud, we questioned earlier? Well, no. Not in this mud. Not yet, anyway. Well, Selkie, it is an elephant spa day, you're right. The biggest risk to getting stuck is that one over there. But Mum is nearby. She'll help if need be. And the elephants continue to stream out from behind. We're going to be joined by another whole herd here. Skorkorpan for the win. Getting a little bit tight in there now. There could be some animosity shown here. Hey, I was here first with my kids. What are you doing? Wait your turn. There's plenty of room. Little babies there at the back. There it is, in amongst it. Oh, loving life. Loving life. Now, if you think there's no enjoyment had, that's very clear. There's massive enjoyment being had here. You know, buffalo don't show huge enjoyment. You know, they always look quite grumpy. But the whole body language of elephants in this situation, it's utter joy. No doubt that if we were listening at that low frequency once again, there would be so much going on. I'm dead. Just gonna put my face in. Who are you looking at me? Oh my goodness. Izzy B, that tiny baby is indeed adorable. Elephant babies just can't get any cuter. Look at that. Look, I'm swimming. Now, there's no coincidence that those two groups arrived at the same time. They've obviously been talking to each other. The way that they're interacting now, they all know each other intimately. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. It's a great time for play and for entertainment and for social skills. Cousins meet cousins, nephews meet aunties and uncles. And big elephant bulls walk through and give everybody a sniff, just to see who's of interest. Life. Who feels like that on a Sunday? Do you ever feel like that, Rian? Oh my word. This is too precious, everyone. This is just too precious. Nadine feels like that all the time. Shame, Nadine. You need a holiday. Didn't you just have a holiday? Face down in the mud. I suppose that's many of us before our coffee in the morning. Oh. Up we get. Let's see, there's probably Mama there going, come on, out you get. Now, I know as kids, I used to love getting covered in mud and covered in dirt, to the point where parents would have to hose pipe us down outside because you couldn't put us in the bath. Jack, he's so blessed, eh? So blessed. It just amazes me how little noise there's been that we've heard. But you try and you make this a human pool party with kids, and the noise would have been deafening, and it probably was for the big male, hence why he moved out before that even started happening. Like, I'm not getting involved in all of that stuff. Little baby, tentative steps, out the mud we go. So precious. It's not done yet. I want to go back. Not finished. probably going to plop down in the sand now. Trying to use the trunk. Yep, and just shake it around. Got to learn how to get the mud out of the nose. Oh, Sandra, I'm sure they do. I'm sure they got mud all over themselves, but the mud seems to dry and then it just comes off as a powder. I mean, they've got their entire face in the mud there, so they've definitely got mud in their eye. There's no doubt about it. What can be done about that, really? Nothing. Mum, I want to pick some up as well. How do you do that? Oh, with your mouth. There we go. Oh, what a precious, precious little animal that is. I want to plop down now. I'm a boy. Doing a bit of downward dog. And you see how gentle the adults are with them. They know exactly where they are. They know exactly where they are. A few elephants have arrived a bit late there. Small little family unit here. There's a little bit of negative behavior there on the top left. That female is, oh, that's because there's a young boy that she's not interested in. She's saying, away. I'm going to go down now with my little family. And we've got our little baby too, who's going to try to figure out how to kick. How do you do that? I'm not quite sure. Got them. Oh, there we go. There's a little baby in the middle once again. This herd is a bit late. You see the urgency that they have. The bulls don't have the same urgency. There we go. This is how it's done. Shelly B, it does indeed look like a blast. I know Rian's getting more and more keen to get in there. He just told me in the break. I'm only joking. It does look tempting, and that elephant looks like he's going to have a nap. You can just see the size difference of that bull. He walks into the herd. He's the one we were with first. I walk around investigating who's who. Not just the time to get muddy and get cool, time to be social, time to check status, time to ask a few ladies on a date, perhaps. Crystal, you can't stop smiling. Well, it's wonderful to spend moments with elephants like this, doing what they do naturally. Talk about that often. Viewing animals naturally, doing what they do. It's always a blessing to be able to do so. Okay, we're going to stay here, see if anyone else comes down to enjoy the Sunday spa at Skokopan. Let's go see what's happening in Ukuhuyo with Alex.
Thanks, Steve. And yes, we've come back to Okukuyo. And I've zoomed right out because it's quite cool watching the cloud formations here. It really is quite picturesque. And of course, the atmosphere is rather clear, having had so much rain of late. It really makes for a very blue sky. So very cool, lovely to see. Of course, the yellow flowers, I do think they are some form of devil thorn. I'm still waiting for confirmation. But very pretty having them pop out in the green flush. And of course, lovely to have all of springbuck around us right now. So we're going to sit with them. A couple of the egrets as well. Just waiting for any of those disturbed insects that they might bump up for them. Of course, capitalizing on that to feed on. So some form of mutual relationship going on here. So mutualism. And you can just watch that egret there trailing the springbuck. Quite cool. Of course, a fair amount going on with him. Wildebeest bull seems to have also pushed off for the moment. We'll try and track him down at some stage. And lovely audio at the moment with that European bee-eaters calling. Hi, Brianna. That's a very interesting question. I just need to think about for a second which antelope has the most fur. And one that comes straight to mind is a waterbuck, just because they look the shaggiest. And I'm just thinking of Africa in general right now. I think a lechwe or puku then as well. But of course they are all furred. They've got fur all over their bodies. Those pelts of theirs. And that would be every animal. So Inyala being another, those very long manes. Wildebeest also with those beards. Perhaps the Setutunga to some degree, they're also quite aquatic. That is what initially led me to thinking about the waterbuck, aquatic antelope, aquatic adapted, using those very hollow fur or hair follicles that they do have then, secreting that oil from those glands of theirs to keep themselves kind of waterproof. So in terms of the shaggiest waterbuck, and that would be both types, so the common and the Defasa. I think in Setatunga to some degree, as I said, Inyala, those lovely big manes of theirs when they do get that out in that breeding posture of theirs, and that territorial posture of theirs. Lechwe and Puku, both also being aquatic adapted. Wildebeest and Kudu to some degree also have a fair amount of fur. So those are my guesses. If anyone else wants to hesitate and have a guess, send it through, let us know. Quite an interesting conversation to have. So Nadine also thinking that a waterbuck is perhaps the most fluffy, maybe not necessarily the furriest. Nadine also sitting in MC, letting us know her thoughts. Of course, if you have your own, let us know. It's interesting to chat about. Quite an interesting topic that was brought up. So, I don't know. I'm tending to lean towards perhaps waterbuck, even in Yala really at the moment. But yeah, if you have an idea, let us know. Of course, the springbuck also taking some of these yellow flowers as well. So thoroughly enjoying the grazing that is around. Plenty of it right now. Right, really quite cool watching the egrets also popping in and out. This kind of big herd or loose herd that is around us. So quite cool. Lovely little scene. Just come up just because it's nice to show you the kind of the extent, kind of the springbuck carpet that we have right now. So springbuck yellow concrete carpet that has come through for us. Very cool.
Hello, my name is Melanie and I'm sitting in freezing cold Hobart, Tasmania, which is a small island off the coast of Australia. I became an explorer for Wild Earth quite a number of years ago when they first advertised the positions. I'm so excited about winning the Rockfig prize, which will be in Madikwe, and I cannot wait to have that adventure. And I thank the organisers so much for this opportunity.
So, pleasant scenes here at the moment. Lots going on, in particular with the springbuck that have joined us right now. Really awesome. So, the two Egyptian geese adults are currently visible. The goslings, I'm sure, are here within the grass, probably resting up for the moment before the next foraging or swimming bout starts. So a little bit of a breeze picking up again, otherwise quite a calm day for now. The grebe is out, the lapwings are busy, plenty of egrets around. Hi Nina, yes they most definitely do. They are kind of mixed feeders. So, of course, when prevalent and when around, fresh grass shoots will, of course, be consumed. But they also then do take the forbs and shrubs as well as flowers. And if there would be any fruit that might be around, that too. Also, tubers and that. They would then substitute their diet or moisture in their diet for as well. In drier areas, very arid adapted animals. Very fast as well, exceedingly nimble too. Got a very large gathering of blacksmith lapwings over here. One of the other egrets has also joined. And lovely audio of the European bee eaters. So no complaints really on our end. Great to have all this action. I think what we're going to do is zoom back out again, and we'll try and find where the closest springbuck are to us. There are a number of them kind of actually just off the top here earlier on, just laying down and resting, and you can see a few of them still there. There's about 4 of them still resting up. They are quite far away. Come back. Looks like a number of these guys are here. So what we'll do, we're going to join our Egyptian geese family. Watch this little corner here. There's quite a few springbuck. I'm sure we might get 1 or 2 of them drinking. Possibly some of them sitting up or standing up in the shade and ruminating. Tina, you are so correct. It does look like a fluffy carpet. Very inviting. Of course, for me at least, in the shade, I think that's where I would rest up if I was in the area. All 6 of MC, though, are present. Let's see 5 earlier, and I had a feeling 1 was just in the grass. So they have made it through. So quite cool. Really awesome with all this action right now. MC saying the shade under that tree also an area where they would choose a picnic blanket and perhaps some grapes. A good way to kickstart a Sunday. But there's a definite buffet that is going on right now. Egyptian geese and the springbucks right at it. definitely getting their money's worth. So we're going to sit here and watch the Egyptian geese at the moment because they are all out for us. Pick up on some of the bird audio. Lots of the European bee-eaters, as I called out earlier. And nice just to have those egrets too. So very cool time to be alive and immersed in the Okakuyo waterhole wilderness of Etosha. So a very, very awesome way to get into a Sunday afternoon. Fantastic watching these Egyptian geese grow up. These parents really have done so well to keep all 6 alive. Of course, I think with everything else kind of dispersing too, that does mean that the focus is generally not as concentrated on the waterhole. So that maybe has also been a contributing factor to that. And I do think within the next 6 weeks or so, we should see them start to fledge. So that means a lot more independence and perhaps starting then to leave the parents and find their own ways in life. So we've really had an awesome time keeping track of the Egyptian geese as well as all of the springbok that have been present. And of course the egrets. But it's time for us to head back over to the Ellie Spa and check in with Steve and Rian in Madikwe.
Indeed. Well, I'm just going to be quiet and let you listen and embrace the noises and views in front of us. Joys of your day's been made right here. Well, this is definitely the highlight for some of these youngsters. As you can see, is swimming in the mud. Absolute joy. Not done yet. So much fun. It's got a bit of splash me, Mum, splash me. I don't have enough mud on me yet, splash me. Does have a bit of a funny tail. Let me go climb on this unsuspecting victim over here. Everyone, it doesn't get much better than this, and if you ever find yourself in a conservation area where there are elephants and it's summer and you find a muddy wallow like this, you must just park out and get ready. We've got coffee and snacks, and we're here. This is the third, if not fourth, fun experience we've had here. The previous one was a lot of animals. But even with just a few, it can be entertaining, especially with the youngsters. Got a little piggy tail. Agreed. So, everybody, we've spent some time here with these elephants. You've been watching. You've enjoyed as well. I'd love for you to send through one word, a sentence perhaps. How does this make you feel? We're feeling like today, maybe tomorrow, the last sort of days that Skokopane is going to be producing such quality. Obviously there is some rain predicted, so if we do get a nice downpour, this pan will fill up again, which means the fun will continue. But we've been here for a few weeks and we haven't seen the wallowing we've seen today because the water's been more watery. Look at that little youngster, he's going to get back in. I haven't had enough. Hasn't been this muddy, it's been more watery. I mean, look at that. He's learning. Now, what happened there is one youngster stood on the other youngster and caused it to scream. And look how the herd reacted. Look at how the herd reacted. Those two we were watching, the one backed into the other one. This one here, who's now going to go and apologize, he backed in to the other little one. It caused him to squeal, and that just caused pandemonium by the water. And now they're all going, all of them. all charging away. Fun at the pan is over, and our male elephant is standing here alone, looking dejected and confused at the whole matter. Dejected and confused, and twiddling his thumbs as if he has absolutely no idea. Sorry about the poll. What just happened? Absolutely no idea what just happened, and I can tell you what happened, and I think I just did. Those two youngsters were having a great time. One squealed. There was a female this whole time who was giving this bull a little bit of a hard time. She was eyeing him the entire time, and she wasn't quite happy with him being there. And then one baby stood at another, caused a squeal, and that just evoked that reaction that you saw. And when I talk about how bulls never do anything at pace, nothing concerns him, he's just standing going, what on earth? I'm just going to stand here still confused at the fact that I had a whole family here enjoying themselves and now they're gone. High-tailed it for the thickets. You got that, eh? When they started screaming like that, I wasn't looking at the monitor anymore. I was looking just to make sure what was going on, but you could probably hear by my reaction that everything was fine. Everything was fine. You know, when you're at the playground and one kid hurts the other kid, it leads to tears and all the adults come running because they don't know what's happened. That's what just happened, except they decided to take their kids and go. Well, that's it for now at Skokopane, apart from our big boy. So what I was saying is that Skokopane, without some rain in the coming days, we think tomorrow might still be quite exciting here, if there's no rain. And then the following day might be towards the end. If you think about how many elephants have just picked up mud and left with it now. The sun is baking. This area in front of us here is all starting to crack and lose its moisture. And it sounds like Jordan is back from a break. I hope you had a good break, Jordan. And we are going to sit here quietly, enjoy the scene, and send you back over to Ukukuyu.
And we're back in Ukukuyu with our carpet of springbuck at the moment. Lots of them around. And they kind of move off and then come back in. So it's really quite fantastic to watch how the numbers have swelled throughout. The clouds are slowly starting to build here. I did mention it did rain in the area yesterday evening. So it probably is a trend again for later on. But with them all hanging about like this, it is rather cool and lovely just to sit back and relax. Very picturesque at the moment. And of course you'll also just hear all those European bee-eaters. A lovely chorus to go in amongst the smatterings of springbuck that are around. You'll notice the egrets getting up to some foraging as well, and they're tailing around and buzzing in and out between the legs of the springbuck right now, picking up any insect that might make the mistake of flying into its path after being disturbed by a springbuck. So quite cool just to watch. Blacksmith lapping just in front. You might see one or two of the Egyptian geese adults get a bit antsy and angry with all the springbuck and maybe try and chase one of them off. So we're going to just hang here for now and see what unfolds. It's an awesome scene unfolding at the moment. A little bit of cloud cover, and you'll notice how the light kind of changes. Almost like a giant disco ball effect that is here at the moment. Bit of a silhouette from that one springbuck that is at the water's edge. But otherwise, just quite a cool scene. You can even hear from the audio just how many insects in that are around, little flies. Of course, we do get the odd cicada come through. You haven't had to endure anything jarring like that. But something just to keep tabs on. One or two doves. No Cape Crows yet today. Or spurfowl for that matter. But we did come through rather late this morning. We had a busy start in Djuma. So just a cool time. One or two of those blacksmith lapwings also scooting about in amongst the legs of the springbuck. And lots of springbuck, and really cool that they have got so close to us. But from springbuck to another treat, Nick has something to show us in Kariega.
Alrighty, from lots of springbuck to lots of elephants. Man, this is a big herd. A little bit of argy-bargy going on the left-hand side here. Look at all of these elephants. It is unreal. Boom shakalaka. Yes, please. There must be, wow, close on, I'll try count just now, but there must be close on about 40 elephants here or so. So we've come well, not a little bit, we've come quite far west from Scotia Dam where we started our morning off. Just thought we'd take a little gander around and see if we could find anything else, and what an incredible sight to come across. And there's a variety of big ones, small ones, males, females. It's quite interesting to see how the wind is definitely starting to pick up quite a lot. And often what you see happening with elephants is that when it does become windy, they go down into the thickets to take some shelter. So this is absolutely incredible to have them right out in the open in conditions like this. So this one slightly on the right hand third of the picture. Looks like a young boy. Got a nice rounded forehead. Dorothy, where would they wallow in Kariega? If I knew that question, it would be easier to find them than it is in reality. There are plenty of different mud wallows and water holes all over the place. Remember, elephants don't hold territories like other animals will, so they kind of come and go. So it's almost impossible to say where they will wallow. They might potentially have some favorite spots. We're right at the top of a ridgeline here. There might be one or two small little depressions here, but closer down to the bottom of the valley, there might be a bigger source of water in terms of clean water to potentially drink. So behind this big bull, there's obviously quite a few of them, but there was a small little calf that made its way through there just now. I'm kind of hoping that it'll make an appearance for us, poke its head out. What an absolutely incredible scene. Elephant upon elephant. So it doesn't look like anybody's had any type of a mud wallow or anything today. Remember, it's not super hot today. But being on top of the crest of the hill here, you can see they're feeding on a few of the grasses. And I'm sure as they do that, as they sort of loosen some of the soil, we may even see some of them pick some of the soil up and throw it over the top of their back. Wow, what an incredible scene. And such a big herd. This is absolutely amazing. Billy, thanks for the question. I think it's more just a case of the sort of the pooling of resources and of knowledge together that really is advantageous to them. Look how everyone is clumping together there. I think that's going to be a really good reason. And then naturally just you will get slightly bigger herds than others from area to area. Some herds may only be 8 individuals or 10 individuals. Other herds may be a big herd like this of sort of 40 individuals. So within this group here, this is mostly going to be females and youngsters, and then adolescent males. I'm having a look. There are a few older males, but there aren't any of the really older guys who sort of 50 years or so. Remember, for them, they've got quite a loose sort of association with the herd. There's a little bit of that sand bathing that we were talking about earlier. And you can see how with the wind picking up, how far back that dust and sand gets blown. That one walking around and flapping his ears as he went. There's our little youngster coming through. It's just behind that green shrub. It's literally just stopped back there. It was a very small one. Polly, 100%. Elephants from all locations. Elephants mud bathing, elephants sand bathing, big ones, small ones. Yeah, what a nice variety. Sundays are for elephants, as they say. Remember now, watching these elephants, we can't hear anything. There's no noises or sounds coming from them. But keep in mind that most of their communication, as much as sort of 80% of their communications between each other, we can't hear. It's at frequencies that we can't hear. We can only hear about 20% of their communications. So it's very possible that even as we're watching them like this, that everybody's chatting to each other. I just want to see if I can get this small little one for you here. It is quite bright and quite glary. And you see it there, just behind this bigger one that's doing a little bit of feeding. A tiny little thing. Maybe only a few months old. Yeah, on the move now. Yeah, something gave them a little bit of a fright. Off they go back down to the thickets. Amazing to see that little one scrambling around and running there. Everybody else is still quite happy to be biding their time and taking it easy here. Prominent tusks, that one in the center there that's walking towards us. Leafy greens, generally a herd will not split up. Largely speaking, of females usually growing up and staying in the same herd. Your young males, your young bulls, they will peel off from the herd. So by the time those males start getting closer to around 18 months, at least 18 years rather, they will start to transition away slowly. You know, they start to get bigger, there's a lot of testosterone going through the system. They start to frustrate a lot of the females. So they will slowly start to move away. You know, they trail behind the herd by 20 meters, then they trail by 50 meters and 100 meters, then they trail behind the herd by scent purely, and then they disconnect from the herd and they can join those bachelor groups. And then eventually, being fully mature, the older bulls don't stay with the herd. They meet up with the herd if they smell that a cow's in estrus, or if they're in must, that condition of when test levels are elevated. Sure, what a lovely surprise though. Popped up on the crest, and it was just like a tower of them everywhere. Absolutely amazing.
When was the last time you caught your breath? When were you last truly amazed? When last did you marvel at the wonder of nature? Wild Earth Epic Animal Encounters. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
I feel like we've hit the jackpot. This is just too good, guys. All good things come to those who wait. You can see this one on the front here using its foot to break off some of those little grasses there to do a little bit of feeding. And have a look at the forehead of this female coming towards us. See in the forehead there some of those deeper indentations. So remember, the older an elephant gets, the deeper those indentations will become, so we can use that as one of the factors to try and age her. Combined with the overall size of her tusks, width of her tusks. Remember, the width of male tusks will generally be far thicker compared to that of a female's, of a cow's. Kenneth for kind of just under a year or so. It'll try for as long as it can. Remember, the mammary glands for the female is between the sort of the front legs there. So in order for that youngster to be able to drink, to suckle, mom needs to stop and put her front, let's say her front right leg forward, enabling access to that teat. Remember, the females will give birth to just one youngster at a time. So after a gestation of 22 months. this, they're still coming closer and closer. Remember the others, the small little patch of the herd or group of the herd that we saw cut off down to the thickets on our left? So I'd imagine that they're going to do something similar. That we've got some of the other ones kind of silhouetted on the skyline at the back there. Yeah, this is unbelievable. I mean, can't get much better than this. Okay guys, I've literally just said it can't get any better, but there's something else that I want to show you. So I'm just going to reposition the vehicle, and in the meantime we're going to take you across to Ukukuyo, and I'll see you back here shortly, hopefully.
Thanks, Nick. And, well, Nick does reposition, as he said. We are back here in Okukuyo. Wind picking up slowly. Majority of the springbuck that were just a bit south of us have kind of moved off for now. We do have this one that is pretty close. So, a cool sighting. Nonetheless, inundated with springbuck at the moment. Does look like it is clearing up a little bit, so perhaps no rain later on. So we'll just have to have a little zoom in on this springbuck, enjoying a bit of water. Otherwise, a quiet moment before we get back into the action. It's quite amazing actually seeing how high the water level has risen with all the rain that has fallen. It's a good meter or so off of where it normally is in the dry season. So quite cool. And no one really getting, I suppose, too comfortable with the waterhole at the moment. And it is really hot. We do see the animals kind of stroll and wade right in. But that hasn't been the case for some time now. It's just amazing how the dynamics change throughout the course of the year, in different months. And the first of our Cape Crows starting to call now, which is quite cool as well. Did notice that it had been rather quiet on that front for the majority of the morning and day. Of course, it is early afternoon here in Southern Africa. Let us just go and have a look. Looks like these springbuck are coming down and going to get a little bit closer. So we'll join them as they come through for a drink. These guys have been hanging just off to kind of the northwest of the waterhole. So No, good to notice them, good to see them as well coming down. I actually kind of hear that wind picking up as well. So it's cool how the day does change and what does occur at different times. So it's really just another one of those quiet interludes at the moment. Just enjoying the springbok as they graze amongst the concrete. There's really not too much else going on. Kind of a one-track mind at the moment. Eat, perhaps rest, maybe move into the shade, and at some point mission off into the thicket. So kind of just immersing ourselves in the grazing times and lives of the springbok right now. Really kind of focus on the odd bit of drinking and of course just filling themselves up and all this lovely green foliage and vegetation that is around for them. Just a couple of them taking some of those flowers as well. So I'm going to sit back here. We did also see one of those very nice Angolan giraffes, but they were off in the thicket and very far away. But we did mention about going back to Nick, and the time has arisen, and it's time for us to see what's going on in Kariega.
On their scent and have since thundered off back down into the thicket. They were not sticking around. Remember, it's not very common for lions to hunt elephant, but we saw there was quite a few calves, elephant calves within that herd. So it was amazing to watch all of a sudden how they just bolted off. I tried to maneuver the vehicle to get the elephants in the foreground and the lions in the background, but in the process the elephants picked up on the scent of these lions and they were gone. Quick, just like that. This male on the left that's lying down, he's literally just sat down. He had his head up with his brother now. But let me maybe zoom out a little bit, show you exactly where we are. It's absolutely stunning. I mean, look at that for a backdrop. That's where we're sitting with these guys. So the whole sort of Scotia Dam clearing area of where we were will be over the other side of that ridgeline. So still very far from here. And you can see just the two brothers together. So that lioness that was with them, the last we saw them 2 days ago, that whole mating process has obviously come to an end. So it looks like the dominant one of the two is the one on the right hand side, and then the less dominant, the one on the left. So remember, both of them did mate with that young lioness. This male on the right hand side for 4 days, and then the other one for about a day. Deborah, 100%. It is a jackpot. Elephants and lion within, what is it, sort of 250 meters of each other or so. Absolutely incredible. You can see it's a little bit windy up here. You can see the wind ruffling up their manes there. So I think they were most likely resting around here somewhere, and maybe the sound of some of them pulling out the grasses and things like that caught their attention, and they stood up to get a sort of a better vantage point, because they're just further to the north of the actual top of the ridgeline itself, slightly on the bank that's sort of tapering off. So maybe by standing up it gave them a good vantage point to scan across, just so they could see exactly what was happening. And the wind's definitely swirling all over the place, and there must have been a gust of wind that picked up and just pushed their scent straight towards those elephant. Sure, it's just when you least expect things to happen like that, they do. You know, we were just saying with this elephant, it can't get much better than this, and then all of a sudden the lions popped up. So obviously today being more overcast and cooler, they're just lying slap bang in the middle of this little open spot here. If it was a lot hotter, similar like we saw when they were having those days of mating, they wouldn't be resting out here in the open. They'd be down in maybe one of the drainage lines or tucked under a nice thick bush to get some shade. You can imagine that black, darker color of the mane is definitely going to absorb a whole lot of heat. Yeah, what an absolute treat though. I think now that those elephants have kind of moved off out of the area, you can see how both of these lions have calmed down. I don't think they were ever very sort of anxious about life. I think it was more just an investigatory sort of look to see what was there. But it's amazing looking at the different positions of them lying like this. How the male on the left, he looks like he's a whole lot lighter in color than the other one. And that's just the different body positions that we're having a look at. Most lions will be a lot lighter colored, a lot more creamy colored under their bellies. And I think we're seeing kind of the front legs and a bit of the belly region of the male on the left, and then obviously a lot more of the side of the body of the second male. Genetically, you can get some males who are just darker than others as well. Four or 5 days of mating has taken it out of them. They're in for the deep chill now. But a lovely vantage point that they've got all around the place here. Bull lions will largely move a whole lot more at night time than during the daytime. So males like this might go off on a territorial patrol. In terms of hunting, they'll actively hunt a lot more at night time compared to the daytime. So I mean, they're largely classified as being a nocturnal species. However, we've seen and we know that they will move around during the day as well. You know, everything is really done for a reason. You know, when we've been watching the mating, we've been lucky to see a lot of action like that happening at midday when it's been really warm. Because usually when it's hot like that, they rest in the middle of the day, conserve that energy, and then when it's cooler at night, move about and do everything that they need to. There was a rufous nape lark that just dive bombed into a bush to my right hand side, and that's what has caught the attention of this male. So you can see he is wearing a collar there. That's just for a bit of research purposes. Just to gain a little bit of data in terms of getting an idea of some of the areas of where they move around on territorial patrol and things like that. But in terms of that lioness, she's nowhere around here. I think she's completely separated from these two now. And she could be anywhere. Kariega is a big reserve, so she may well be anywhere. Remember, there are two other lionesses around as well, so she's most likely gone back to join up with them, I would say. You know, she's been separated from them just because of the whole mating process that's taken place. I'm sure she's now gone back to meet up with them. So in terms of trying to find where they are, she will probably walk back to the last area where she knew or she saw them. Try and see if there's any type of scent trail that she could follow, or even raw. Bev, most definitely, yeah, lioness can definitely survive on its own. Very capable hunters. Remember, if you look at a typical structure of a pride, your males usually form your protective force of protecting the pride's females and cubs and things like that. And the females largely doing a lot of the hunting. You know, these males are definitely capable of hunting by themselves. Oof, big effort, my man. So a female can definitely survive by herself. That female that was mating is 2.5 years, so she can hunt by herself. It's always easier hunting in terms of having other lionesses with you. They can form that typical bullhorn formation, bullhorn structure of encircling prey species and working together as a team, as a unit. They can bring down bigger prey species. But I mean, if that lioness is by herself for another week, it doesn't matter. Instead of possibly targeting big things like kudu or eland, a single lioness can scale things down, can look at impala, springbok, blesbok, warthog, bush pig. There's plenty of different prey species to go for that are not as big, maybe not as physically demanding to take down. With that being said, I mean, a warthog is a small-sized animal in relation to something like an eland, but it puts up a serious fight. A hardy little thing. Gina, I think you've really got to look at the size, pound for pound of cats in relation to each other. So you look at something like a cheetah, which is built for speed. It's not very muscular, even you look at its bone structure. Most of its bones are hollow like a bird's to make it lighter, to run faster. You've then got a leopard who's definitely much more muscular. He needs to be able to take up impalas and things into a tree. So he's got a lot more muscle mass around his chest, shoulders, neck area. So a big male leopard, the biggest male leopard ever that I've ever heard of, was 113 kilos, 113. But typically they'll be closer to about 85, 90 kilos. Whereas for a male lion, quite often get them 220 kilograms. So I think in terms of interaction with each other amongst the cats, a cheetah simply can't take on a lion. A lion's just far bigger, and it would just absolutely dominate it. It would kill it one shot. You look at something like a tiger is bigger in body size, but I mean, you obviously don't find tigers here on Kariega or in Africa naturally, so you won't find them fighting.
Yeah, we'll be back again with him and the Lions just now. But, the action dying off here a little bit. And Okakuyo. The vast herds of springbuck that have been around us, or individual springbuck that have been around us all day. Missioning off, it seems, with all the sun. It is noted that, generally with springbuck, they will focus their feeding and grazing early hours, and then later on when it starts to cool off in the later afternoons. A couple of them still about, but definitely the numbers dwindling. And I'm sure with the sun that is out right now, it is rather hot and humid, so possibly heading off into the thickets. But we still have a number of them around, but definitely the numbers waning right now. Which isn't a complaint, it's more just that is really the case of what's going on. Blacksmith Lapwings calling. Adam Stork has not been around. We have the Cape Crows calling. So that actually does look like the Adam Stork, and perhaps also just foraging about, taking some of the insects, perhaps alates as well. But predominantly invertebrates that it will be feeding on. So we'll spend some time with him or her. There's a juvenile, I'm not sure what the sex is of it just yet, but it is out and about and currently foraging, normally just sitting around the water's edge. And I wonder when it will try. Actually, it looks like 2. So we actually have 2 at the moment. That's quite cool. 3. So it looks like there's actually a flock that has come through. That is awesome, because we just really had 1. As I did note the other day, we do generally see them in flocks. You'll see them in the thermals. Very cool bird species. I'm going to just zoom back out again. I do want to try and locate as many as we can possibly see. This is actually a cool development. So 1, 2, 3 in frame at the moment. Cicada slowly starting to get to that really ear-piercing kind of pitch going through. It's slowly starting to build, so we'll just have to monitor that. Just trying to zoom out and see how many Adam Storks are actually here right now. So quite clearly we've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 of the Adam Storks that we have been able to pick up, and quite fantastic. 9 of them now. So really quite cool, and they're all about the foraging as well. So replacing the springbuck, but there is some action that is happening across at Skokopan in Madikwe, and we are off to Steve and Rian to see exactly what that is.
It's an elephant day at the watering hole, and well, once again another herd has materialized in. We're not going to look at him just yet, but our big bull has just moved off again, hanging out on the outskirts while he allows the children and the adults to do their thing. You can hear the splishing and the splashing of the mud. Surely they are getting the best face masks. It's full body masks. And even today we've just noticed the moisture content of this wallow deteriorate. Just a little bit right there, Rian. Look at those two. They've just collapsed on each other. These are cousins. They know each other well. Family day at the pool. It's been a day filled with Ellie cuteness here, and a very interesting comparison between how the bulls do it and how the families do it. Cynthia, I think by dusting themselves, it's just more soil that gets added to the moisture and more of a sunbaking or sun protection. There also seems to be a very nice familiarity behind doing it. You see elephants do it almost automatically. There seems to be a lot of enjoyment. As I've said before, I've seen an injured female who just kept dust bathing herself. She was clearly in a very bad way. And all she did was just constantly dust baths. It's almost like a comforting element, I think. I can only assume. He's now going to go in. He's waited. He's been here for ages, this big bull. He's going to go through and just have a little look, a little sniff. Simon, it is, I'm sure, very therapeutic, very enjoyable. Takes out a bit of the long warm days they spend out in the field feeding. And you notice they didn't do any drinking. Yeah, this one, he's learning early how to get those hard to reach scratches. There we go. See if he's going to know about scratching the other side as well. No, don't tell me what side to scratch, Steve. I want to scratch my bottom. There we go. Yeah, I've seen Mum do this. The other side now. It's all about balance. Oh, under the chest. Sorry, Rian, there's some cuteness happening on the other side there. Our boy is doing some scratching. We're missing a little bit of elephants lying down and some play. Who wants to jump on the fallen pylon? Who remembers playing that as a kid? Someone would fall on the floor and we'd all jump on them. What was the purpose of it? I don't really know. But it was enjoyable. Not always for the person at the bottom, but for everybody else. And just like that, they're grabbing their towel and their shoes and they're back off into the wilderness. To continue their day of feeding. This young bull here has been left behind and he's pleading for some advice from the older guy. He's feeling quite alone and isolated. Can I follow you? Will you teach me how to be a big elephant bull? No? Okay. I'll follow the ladies then. Well, we are still here at Skokopane, where the action has been quite incredible, but is dying down, and some impala have come in towards the end, and let's see if they are actually going to get anything out of this muck. I've been saying for days that this is a death trap for impala, and these are the first we've seen today that have attempted to come down. Very muddy. Impalas are wondering why we're filming them. Feel almost ashamed that they're succumbing to drinking such poor quality water. But they don't mind. No, Jamie, they don't. Wildebeest might get a little bit more muddy than others. They definitely do address their horns with mud, so do hartebeest and kudu. But no, these animals don't. If they do get into the mud, it's purely to try and get some water. They don't cool off like that. So there possibly is a catfish in the water, in the mud. There we go. Now, catfish have got lungs as well as gills, so they can breathe in the water, and they can breathe when there's no more oxygen in the water, in muddy wallows like this. And then they need to be able to climb over land to find suitable water once again. But this poor catfish is going to have a hard day today because, well, more elephants have arrived towards the right, and this mother is wasting no time. Her youngster's trying to get underneath her legs to try and get to the mud, but they've all come in a very narrow channel. So that catfish, I think, will be doomed. Something will come and catch it. Monique, we've seen the other day a young elephant bull found a really nice stick, really nice stump, and gave its foot a proper scratching. So yes, they do get itches all over the place. Their feet are pretty thick-soled feet, but they love to scratch and rub and roll. We wonder at some take their time to pick it up in the trunk and throw it in the body, and others, well, they waste no time. No time whatsoever, just get in there. Brian, there's a number. This is the only one we know of at the moment on our side here that's at this stage. There's a number of other pans that we have seen that are already dry. They already look like the majority of this pan. We've found animals heading there. We've got big game paths. And we reckon after some serious rain, those pans are going to fill up again. This pan was full when we started. 3.5 weeks ago, this pan was very, very wet. There was water throughout it, and well, with this amount of activity, the amount of animals drinking, they can quickly deteriorate. So this is a medium-sized one. There's a lot of smaller individual ones. Let's see what happens with this young male coming in. He's going to be welcome. Female with the no tusks is going to give him a stern talking to, probably his son. That's why he's being tolerated. So we have come across a few that look similar to this, if not smaller, and they would only last while there's rain. But on the western side, I have no idea. We haven't spent any time that side. Large reserve. Take us a good 2 hours or so just to get that side. 2.5, 3 hours just to get to the other side. But in these clay-rich soils, there'll be a number of these pans around. Some of them inside the blocks you don't even know about, so I don't know the property well enough to tell you how many there are. But in this basalt-rich black cotton soil, there'll be a number of these pans. Some are much smaller than others.
Wild Earth is looking for unique wildlife sightings filmed by you. They can be old or new, from anywhere in the world, and filmed on a camera or on your phone. In return, we will give you cash, an opportunity to win a prize, and a chance to see your clip on TV with your name in the credits. It's easy. Head over to wildearth.tv/content to find out more.
So back in Okaukuejo, and at the moment taking the Adam Stork into account. There's 6 of them currently in frame. Good to see that the flock has kind of formed. Getting a bit worried about what was happening with that one juvenile stork that we'd seen for the last few days. So a couple of them in, and perhaps with the weather having changed, it's actually 7 of them now. I missed one there. But I think with all the rain and this green flush, a lot of invertebrates, perhaps alates as well, those being young termites. That kind of abundance of food has definitely drawn them in. Kind of a seasonal movement that does come down. There is a population that does migrate as well, and they're intra-African migrants down from West Africa, but otherwise coming from east to west in a seasonal movement. So very cool to see. Lovely to have different birds around. And quite special watching them as they go about a little foraging mission. Really rather peaceful. So a couple of springboks still in the area, but the majority of them have kind of moved off. And I think into the shade, at least I think more so into the shade, getting out of this heat. It's going to be rather hot and humid at the moment. Some of the stalks coming through to the water right now as well. So one gemsbok also just moving off to the distance, and as we talk about the gemsbok moving off, it's time for us to move off and check in with Nick and see how his lions are doing.
Okay, so our lions have stirred a little bit. Wind seems to be picking up intensity a bit. You can see it's really moving through those blades of grass in the foreground as well as the mane of this male. He's kind of just sat up, been doing a little bit of grooming. By the looks of things, his eyes are still quite tightly shut. I wouldn't be surprised if he flops over again. But he is a beauty. He is a good looking male lion. There are some crows calling in the background. He's just turned around to have a little squiz at. Look like house crows. Look at that thick mane. Nice variation in colour from the very sort of blondish areas midway through on the right to the darker top. Very black behind the ears as well, which is quite common amongst all of the lions, males and females. Yeah, back down he goes. It is snoozing weather this. A little bit cooler with this wind. So we can't blame him for taking it easy. Yeah, a little bit earlier we were chatting about developmental differences between cats and lions climbing trees and not climbing trees and things like that. I briefly mentioned I did see lions climbing up trees once or twice to steal some kills. there was a particular lioness that she saw a leopard, a male leopard that had a kill up the tree, and like I said, she went all the way up there, sort of moved that carcass around and threw that impala out the tree, and then jumped down on the ground to feed on it, just because it's easier. So she jumped out of a marula, it was quite a high marula, and a lioness is solid, you know. A lioness can weigh 170, 180 kilograms. And in the process of jumping out of that tree, she put most of her body weight on her front right paw. Now, this was many years before I started working at this particular reserve. And she broke that front right paw. Obviously, she then hobbled around for a while, but she managed to survive. She managed to keep going. The limb, it recovered, but it calcified over the point of that break to form quite a big, like, bulb that was very, very visible. Anyway, she healed from that, and from there I started working at this reserve. It must have been 7 years after she initially broke her foot, and she climbed up a tree again. Same situation. The leopard had a kill up the tree. She thought she could take it, dislodged the kill from the tree. She jumped out again, and Bob's your uncle, it happened again. That front right foot that had initially been broken snapped again, and I got it on video. You can see straight afterwards, the minute she lands on the ground, she lifted that front right paw. You could see her licking it. And after that, she just didn't put any pressure on it. You could see she'd broken it again. You know, you really would have thought that she would have learned from her mistake. But apparently not. And sure, she must have moved around for a good sort of 3 months or so, really hobbling around the place, not putting any pressure on this broken foot again. This happened it was the peak of summer, so it must have been sort of December or January area. Then it took her another while, you know, before she started gingerly putting some pressure on that foot again. Amazing, the resilience of these animals. And we then went into winter, and by that time she was kind of walking fine. You know, you could definitely still see that big calcified bulb, if you want to call it that. But it was then, you really had to feel for her. Going into winter, obviously temperatures drop down, and especially after a cold snap, or if she'd been resting static for, you know, a whole night or something like that, and she got up to move. Maybe the pride got up to go hunting. Everybody usually gives a good stretch, a good little grooming session, but you'd see for the first sort of 5 minutes of walking, she'd really limp quite a lot, favouring her opposite leg. And it took her about 5 minutes almost to warm those muscles, those ligaments, those tendons up before you could see she started moving with a bit more ease. But, you know, while saying and seeing the damage that happened, she could still hunt, you know. I watched her bring down a kudu just by herself. I guess adrenaline does fuel the system again, similar to what, you know, sent her up the tree. And she could still do it. I mean, she still really provided for that pride. Very good hunter still. So it's amazing to see the resilience of a lot of these animals. I mean, I saw a video from, I think it's like Timbavati area or something, I'm not quite sure. I saw this video about a month ago or 2 months ago of a hyena. I don't know if a lion had bitten its spine or something like that, or even another hyena bitten its spine, but its back legs were basically paralyzed, and it was walking around with its front legs, kind of like, instead of 4x4, you know, 2x4. It kind of hunched its back legs up, and all of the body weight of that animal was on its front legs, and it was just motoring around. Very weird, but I mean, it made a plan. Luckily for our two males that we're having a look at here, they are in fine condition, and not having to walk around on front legs, or haven't broken any systems. Michaela, males will generally live longer than females, as a general rule of thumb. So males living for roughly about 12 years or so. That's kind of like a good age. Give and take, obviously. Lionesses for a bit longer. Think of 15, 16 years possibly. You do get abnormalities, or not abnormalities, but animals that will live longer than others. Think of a male lion. By the time he's got to around 10 years old, his body's starting to slow down a little bit. He's maybe physically not what he was at the age of 5 years or something like that. Remember, these males are somewhere there, 4.5, 5 years. He's got a few cuts, he's got a few wounds, he's a bit battered, and there's new blood that comes in to take over. Other day we talked about that the oldest wild recorded lion ever was the Matimba male from the coalition called the Matimbas, hairy belly specifically. There's a bit of discrepancy amongst the age. It's either 14.5 or 15, so give or take 6 months, which is still incredibly old. Initially from 6 brothers, dwindled all the way down to him at the end. In terms of a lioness, I've seen a lioness in Zululand who lived to be 18 years. Which is also, that's a very, very long lifespan for a lioness. So the thought process kind of behind lionesses living longer than the males is that for the males, remember, they're the protectors of the pride. It's quite physically demanding in terms of, they're patrolling their territories, they're walking big distances, they need to circumnavigate the whole territory, scent marking as they go. If they do bump into any other males, they need to fight those males, or even if they pick up on the scent of those males, they need to track them down and let them know, hey, this is my territory. And obviously those major battles like that take a toll on the body. Lionesses aren't going to be fighting as much. Yes, between lions there might be a bit of scrapping at carcasses and things like that, but it's not nearly going to be as physical compared to what the males live up to. So that's a good question. So for these boys being about 4.5, 5 years, they're now coming into the prime of their years. The creme de la creme of their livelihoods. I'm just having a chuckle talking about that coming into the years of their prime, of their creme de la creme. Because they sleep so much. Look at these guys. They're taking it easy, They're getting all their beauty sleep in. But no, you can't blame them. Everything for a lion is based off of energy expenditure. They don't know when their next meal's going to be, so if they can take it easy, if they can rest like this, hey, why not, Why not? Just having a good scan around. I can't see any further sign of those elephant that we did have earlier. Looks like the top of a wildebeest head very far away. A little bit out of sight for these lions. There's a big bush between the two of them. But you can imagine how, if the grasses here were growing a little bit taller, maybe if there was a bit of, think of your longer species of, either a yellow thatching grass or a red grass, spear grass. You wouldn't find guinea grass growing up here, but let's just say for argument's sake, if it did decide to grow at the top of a hill, a ridge side, you wouldn't see these lions lying in the grass. I feel like we've really hit the jackpot here. I mean, it's they've got themselves a lovely spot. Julia, thanks for the question. The longest living mammal. Give it a little bit of thought. The longest on Kariega, I would say, is probably going to be the elephant. So elephants can live for about 65 years. That's going to be an old one. In terms of reptiles, your crocodiles are going to live a bit longer than that, maybe a bit closer to just over 100 years. But if you look at the elephant, most elephants will die of old age, essentially. It's not like elephants get picked off by the lions too much. Elephants it's a big animal. So the most common sort of way of death for elephants is basically just starvation at the end of the day. Remember, throughout their lifetime, elephants will go through 6 sets of teeth. And similar in concept to shark's teeth. When one set gets worn down, the next set will just push through. So remember, elephants have a very varied diet.
So we're back once again in Okakuyo, and just keeping tabs of our springbok at the moment. Unfortunately, did lose Nick there, but we'll be back again. So do not stress or fret. Still a number of springbok that are with us, kind of a little bit further away. And we do have some guests here at Okakuyo, so if you do hear anyone, it's just tourists that have come through to the main camp here at Etosha. What I'm going to do is get a little bit closer into these springbok that are on the other side of Okakuyo Waterhole. A lovely silhouette at the moment, with the wind having died down. And let's just watch and see. A couple of rams here, it seems. 1 or 2 younger ones as well. And hopefully coming through for a little drink. Jenny Dean, it really is almost portrait worthy at the moment. Very cool. So very grateful that the wind has died down, because it really does paint a nice picture for us. To talk in puns. But very cool. Lovely horns on some of these rams as well. Of course, lovely green that is all around and about at the moment too. Quite a bit going on with bird vocals as well. Just on a couple of starlings behind us too. Of course, we can see some blacksmith lapwings. It was very cool to pick up on the Adam stork flock that has started to form. The Egyptian geese getting vocal once again. Not too much to be heard of in terms of the Cape crows either. A rather peaceful scene at the moment. Lots to be said in the Egyptian geese world. I'm going to just zoom out. Perhaps there is a springbok that is irritating them again. Otherwise, we'll come back in and watch the others as they drink. Hi Jamie, thank you very much for your question. And very rare that we would see any of that happening. They generally don't. However, if you did see a muddy one, it would probably be because it had fallen in or kind of got stuck in a wallow or a kind of drying waterhole. So that would primarily be the reason. There's actually some more Adam storks that have joined. We initially counted 7. But no, there aren't any. There are obviously aquatic adapted antelope though. So things like the puku, lechwe, waterbuck, and the Setutunga, even bongo to some degree, that obviously do frequent aquatic areas. And it is known that bongo actually trail after forest elephants up in the Congo, on the Congo Basin at least, in the rainforests, and through the bayous and that. So it might look like they may be wallowing, but very much kind of maybe practicing some form of geophagia. Also, then anything else that would have been disturbed in terms of aquatic matter and that for them to digest. So, not to say that any of them do wallow per se. The Setutunga also very good and keen swimmers. Lechwe and Puku also very good in aquatic kind of settings as well. But none that wallow like elephants or rhino or buffalo or warthog. So good numbers of the Adam storks at the moment, and it really is quite cool. Lovely to see them when they are in good numbers. They do use the thermals to kind of fly about. Of course, you'll notice the difference from a stork as opposed to a bird of prey. Because they've got that long leg when they are flying, so those 2 long legs. Of course, very big wingspan as well, and that long neck of theirs.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic.
You miss all. Never fear, you won't have to miss another beat on Wild Earth again with our Catch-Ups channel, where you can rewatch missed safaris and shows whenever you please. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic
two parents and the two remaining goslings, far bigger than the ones in Okakuyo. And these ones, or these adults, not having to chase after any springbok today, or straying springbok like the others in Okakuyo. So just a relaxing moment for them. I'm sure also kind of hunkering down with this wind. Actually just watch it off the top of the surface right here. See how that wind is gusting through. What we will do is we'll have a little look to see, just once again, in the thicket that the lions did disappear into. Probably not that much chance that we would see them. Of course, also with this wind, it does also mean that a lot of the herbivores will also hunker down, and they'll also spend their time kind of sheltered away. So as noted earlier, this is the direction that the lions did head off into, and the thicket that they should be lying up in. And on the other side is a Tamboti thicket, a couple of Tambotis that we can even see from here. Of course, magic quarry, russet bush willow, and jackalberries, marulas as well, off this drainage line. A number of other things. So we'll just have a little scan through here. I think also with this wind it'll be quite tough to pick up on any movement as well, because any flicker of a tail or ear through this thicket right now, probably need X-ray vision, and probably we need to be quite close. Hi, Jasmine. Yes, indeed they are. So two that occur here in this area where we're in right now, and they are closely related, effectively cousins, the Inyala and Bushbuck, and they would compete with each other because of that similar behavioral pattern that they do have. And because of that, the Inyala actually push the Bushbuck away, because they both compete for the same type of food and resource. So that is definitely one thing that is very similar. Of course, they also favor similar bush. So bushbuck, obviously the name tends and leads itself to exactly that. They do favor thick bush ravine, as well as the Inyala as well, enjoying these drainage lines too. So that competition then does come in between the two. To some degree, you could say that kudu perhaps would do that, although a lot more interspersed and found in far more arid regions as well than the two of them, although they are all related. And I did touch on Lechwe and Puku earlier. They are very similar as well. Kind of found in a very similar area. The Puku is a lot more endangered and far more scarce in terms of number. But they also favor the same kind of terrain and substrate as well. Up towards the Caprivi and the Chobe area, along the Zambezi into Zambia. Also get the Nile Lechwe up there, which would be quite similar, I suppose, to southern subspecies of Lechwe, or southern Lechwe, or common Lechwe. Of course, that is found in Uganda. Still just having a little look to see what is going on. Perhaps there might be something that pops out. The wind is rather hectic at the moment. And of course, with lions in the area, I'm sure everyone is on high alert. So just trying to pick up if we can't make any movement off in any of the thickets. Never know with elephant or the large herds of impala we have seen of late. Of course, they would be a distance away from the lions. We did have impala alarm calling earlier before the wind did pick up. It looks like the clouds are kind of lifting a bit, although they are rather heavy and thick. So perhaps building to that crescendo for a deluge later on. So we'll just have to wait and see. No doubt, those of you who have tuned in, or do others who tune in later for the sunset safari, you will be advised as to what the weather is doing then and what to expect, I'm sure, throughout the course of that. But at the moment, windy and overcast and devoid of life for the present moment, although we are well aware that there is a lot of life and animal life around. But we'll just have to wait and see what happens with that. However, while we play the patience game here in Djuma, it's time for us to check in again with Nick down in Kariega.
Okay, there's some high intensity action going on with the lions here. They are snoring away. And now I just shifted position a little bit, just to get a different perspective of things. And not much has changed with the behavior of these bad boys. I thought it might be nice to try and get a slightly closer angle of watching the wind move through the manes. They do both have lovely manes. Look at the size of those paws as well. Massive. Just trying to look on the belly to see if that's ticks that is on his belly or if it's just flies. Very hard to tell. You see he lifted his head momentarily there, so possibly there are one or two flies cruising around him. But I would say just very close to the start of his back legs there. That looks possibly like a tick. Kind of wedged itself quite firmly in there, a big one, and definitely a few smaller ones. Remember, the oxpeckers don't go on lions, and it's not like these lions would tolerate oxpeckers either, so they would have to physically pull the ticks off of themselves while doing a little bit of grooming. Let me just pan across to the side here. We have got some animals here that need to be a little bit careful. Looks like a Nyala moving across. There is a slightly younger one that's kind of lagging behind. Doesn't seem like these Nyala have seen the lions at all. Otherwise there would be that very deep type of alarm call. That deep bark. If you've never been in the bush before, you may think there's a dog running around, but it is a very characteristic alarm call. You can see they're going back down into the thickets there. Nice and protected. They do enjoy those thick environments. Remember, our lions are lying completely flat to the ground here. There's a small little ridge line, so it's possible from the angle of where those Nyala, where they are, that they just can't see where these lions are at all. But nice to kind of see them moving across, doing their thing there.
And we will be back with them, no doubt. Don't you stress about that. But the Springbok have come through. Lots of life going on. Those angry Egyptian geese have also moved off. I'm sure the patient has worn thin, and they've had enough of all these Springbok that were getting too close. So I think a little swimming lesson has gone on, or begun. And we'll have a little look to see just now. But we're just waiting to see what goes on with these Springbok. Currently grazing through the little flowers. Quite cool. A lot of them are actually closed up right now that the sun has come behind some clouds. Lovely vocal of European bee-eaters. Once again, ever present at the moment. That happy little Springboks right now. Really just quite pleasant. What we'll do is we'll spend a few moments here and we'll then head on over to the Adams Storks, see what's going on in their lives. Although it did seem that not too much on the go earlier. The Springbok are the most active at the moment. Of course, grazing away. Sounds like one or two might be getting a bit closer to the Egyptian geese again. So maybe it's an idea to find them. Get a lock on what's going on. Otherwise, we'll get a bit closer and enjoy some Springbok serenity. And the geese moving to the opposite side of the dam where the Springbok have left. So I think clearly a wise decision for them. No more frayed tempers. So back again, and the Egyptian geese have left. and they have vacated to the other side of the dam, so kind of the more northern part of the waterhole, or the north-facing part of the waterhole at least. The springbok kind of overrunning them and definitely pushing through those buttons. But lovely that these guys have come through, and they are really right close to us. So I'm going to try and get it, I suppose, probably one of the more close-up views that we can get. If my zoom function would work right now. There we go. Let's try that out. Different area. It's quite cool just to see them milling about anywhere. So lots of them actually were sleeping and resting up earlier. I think with it getting a bit more overcast right now, the sun moving away has kind of coaxed them back out and into foraging again, or grazing. This is the case for the moment. I got some tasty rabbit food for the grazing springbok. A bit of grooming going on. One lapwing. No egrets to speak of, but peaceful scenes, no doubt, for all of them. Probably also happy not to be harassed by any angry parenting Egyptian geese either. Right, France, yes, there is. It's got to do with kind of cooling as well. It does help with regulation, heat. Obviously, that white helps to reflect downwards, so if anything was reflecting up, it kind of does shield that. But in terms of being able to also help to warm them up when it is cold and cool in the morning, as well as regulate heat afterwards, it's sometimes thought, and with regard to zebra at least, and their black stripes, it is also thought that that also acts as a deterrent then for flies and biting flies. So there might be some degree of truth to that, but I don't think so. More to do with regulation of heat and temperature. It is rather hot, and also then obviously then it is cool as well, helping them to keep abreast of the climatic condition that they may be facing at that point in time. It's been quite interesting though, with at least the springbok that have been around. The majority of them mostly been rams, and you can note the difference between rams and the ewes. Obviously the rams being a little bit bigger in body size, but generally by the size and width of their horns, base of the horns being far wider and more stocky, sturdy, to that of the more nimble, kind of thinner horn of the springbok ewe. So let us go and have a look at those Adam's stalks. I did promise you that. Hoping these springbok do hang around for some time though, because they have been treating us a rather peaceful and lovely sighting anyway. Let's go in onto the Adam's stalk. They've kind of stopped foraging for now, enjoying the water's edge. Hi, Monique. That's a very interesting question and comment, and I'm sure they probably do. I mean, I'm sure they also get the odd stone and that as well caught in there, and it's so quite often when you see predators walking through the bush, and if they stand on a thorn or so, they pull it out. So most definitely, I'm sure they do get itchy. And for example, if you have a cat at home and you were to tickle its paws, those little hairs on those paws as well, you'll notice they get a little bit flustered, and I'm sure that does tickle them as well. So without a doubt, even dogs as well to some degree. So more of these padded animals, I suppose, to the hooved, but definitely those are things that definitely happen. So interesting looking at these Adam's storks. They are intra-African migrants. I've seen them really outside of that migrant time, generally from November through April, and generally far greater numbers far more east of us in Zim. But of course, coming through here with the amount of rain and that has come through, and of course the amount and abundance of insects and insectivores, arthropods for them to eat. So nice to see. Very cool. We have a rather wide distribution. Some come from as far as Senegal. Good afternoon, Haley. Thank you so much. Yes, it is. It really is lovely to see how the landscape has transformed and changed over the last few months. Literally a month or so ago, rather barren and Martian. And right now, kind of a picture of life, almost an Eden. So springing to life in the last 6 weeks or so. Not too much going on with the storks at the moment. Very cool though to see. Lovely that we've been able to include them on our bird list, and great to see more than one. That's in fact when they're breeding, or when they're non-breeding, when you do see that blue face. The wind dying down, a little bit of silhouette being cast right over the waterhole right now. A drinking springbuck. So what we'll do as the sun pops out, we've still got our Adam stork in frame, and we've got a lovely silhouette now forming with these three springbuck. Really cool. Nice and peaceful. Lovely Sunday afternoon. Off in the distance, you'll be able to just hear acacia pied barbet. They've been ever present the last few days. Those Egyptian geese are also slowly warming their vocals again. But I think rather chuffed to be away from all the springbuck that they were kind of plonked with at one point. So, foraging goslings and watchful parents, really. The European beaters still doing their thing. Very peaceful, lovely to hear them. Awesome chorus that they do give off. No doubt a lot of insects for them to also pick up on and hawk while they fly around. Quite cool. Lovely to be able to see this. They've definitely calmed down. We'll just spend a few moments watching the Egyptian geese now that they have relaxed. Although, always interesting watching how territorial they can be. I suppose those paternal instincts that do kick in with them. They're very good parents. These ones in particular. Hi Jeffrey, and our pleasure. It really was an exciting day today. Lots of action. And across all the different locations. So we can't complain. It was a successful Sunday. But thank you Jeffrey, and thank you for tuning in. It's been a fantastic day. Sadly, it is coming towards that time of the day where we have to bid you farewell, say adieu, cheerio, and obviously goodbye. But for those of you that did miss some of those highlights throughout the course of the day, you can of course get onto our app and you can watch the best bits from the sunrise, the escape to nature, safari, sunset drives as well. So if you have missed anything, make sure that you have got your hands on, or fingers scrolling through the best bits. But as I said, it is sadly coming towards that time of the day where we do have to love and leave you. It has been a fantastic Sunday, and we do wish you a fantastic Sunday further. And from all of us here, while the teams across the locations, as well as from MC, thank you for tuning in. Of course, thank you to the stars of the show, all the wildlife, and of course the fantastic locations that they came to you from. And do have a fantastic start to your week as well. From all of us, cheerio and enjoy.